Hello, hello, good morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever it is for you. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Going to be working on some diamond painting pins, and it's probably going to be all day. So, all day meaning like the next 4-ish hours or so. But yeah, we're going to be working on some Eclipse blanks that Abby has made. They're turning out really good. And I've got some that have been turned. I'll show you those. And also, halfway through, I showed different, or I changed my tool. So I can show you almost one for one the difference between the surface here. So let me hop over here, take a look, and ooh, it's hot in the shop today. I think it's like supposed to be 91 here today. Toasty. But yeah, you can. There we go. So in some of these areas, you can see that it's quite a bit smoother versus almost like a little. You can kind of see it in there too. But this surface is much smoother than like on the inside because I use a little bit of a different tool to get in deep there. But yeah, it's pretty interesting to see the different cut surface after you change the tip. Now, it's kind of a... If you were turning a certain way and then you change something as far as like the tool, for example, like if you're cutting edge, then what's going to end up happening is that you'll have to change your technique a little bit if you are like me and prefer to have a little bit of a duller tool. So when you switch from a relatively dull tool into you rotate the carbide after you've used it for a while, then you start using a sharp edge. I mean, it's just you have to change your technique a little bit because you'll see me sometimes also still do it where I'll catch edges and it'll cause it to kind of chip, and you know that's also partly, I'll say this as well, is it's partly also because of the blank and some of the glitter that you can get chip out as well. But I'll say for the most part, I believe that, sorry, put this in the position right quick. It's one of those things where, yeah, you just got to change up your technique a little bit until it gets going again, until you get comfortable. So you might see me turning a little bit slower than I normally do to start off, but it will pick up as time goes because, I mean, that's just how it goes, you know? You start doing reps, you start getting practice, you start doing more and more, you'll build momentum. And then the biggest thing is maintaining that momentum, you know? So, yeah, I'd say that's another very significant point. Now, this camera has a light on it, but I'm wondering if I should maybe move it. I'm not going to deal with it right now. It's just going to be a little dark on this side, I guess. I'll be lurking in the shadows, turning here. All right. Anywho, but yeah, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. And without further ado, let us get to turning these eclipses. Let's see what. Let's see. I'm gonna be rocking a Spotify '80s classic rock mix. We got a little Aussie going on with No More Tears. No more tears. Get to work. Just kidding. Just having fun in the shop, man. Having fun. Everybody having a good summer so far? Summer's been pretty good so far for us. Uh-huh. And I need to get some... Come on now. There we go. That'll work. Sorry. Need a little go juice, man. Need a little bit of go juice. Anybody else? Woo. Go ahead. Take care of it. All right. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we're going to be full steam ahead. Abby is over on the other side of the shop. She is pouring blanks, which is pretty neat. One of these days, I'll get her. I'll convince her. I don't know what I'll have to do, but we'll figure out a way. Maybe she'll make some blanks on stream at some point. But we don't want to push it, you know. You don't want to push it, it'll be bad news, bears. All right, we're rocking a little bit of Red Bull. And yesterday, if you've been following along for a little while, I've been working on these. These are pins for a shop. The shop pins, a local store. I finally got them all finished and shaped and everything. Let me hop over here. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we got all these finished up. We got one in a Marauder and one in a Guardian shape. And when I say shape, all I mean is that, like, you know, cigar shape, right? Because it's rounded. And this one's a flat. I call it a Marauder. And the ends look really darn cool too. So for some of these blanks, I would consider, you know, having a different viewpoint of some of the material that you're working with. So like, well, now that I think about it, dude, I had a different idea before with something that I have yet to show. So check this out. Okay, so what I did with this is I took a blank and then I drilled a hole and then I put another blank through it after I trimmed it to the diameter that's supposed to be. And then the intent was to kind of make it have a window. So pretty cool little technique, if I do say so myself. I actually got this by watching one of Oliver Gomez's videos, actually, where he made a giant bowl or pot or urn or something, and he drilled a whole bunch of different circular holes. And so I was like, you know, I could do a variation, I think, of that on pins. And I wanted to put it at a harder spot, but it was going to get a lot of wear on it. And unfortunately, you can kind of push it back a little bit. And so that's not going to be good for this position, at least. But I will say, man, I think that it does work if it's going to be in a place that's not going to be super rough on it. So pretty neat little concept there, if I do say so myself. But yeah. Anyway. It's like another way, I guess, to do something else. But yeah. So there it is on like a kind of a random pin. Yeah. Anywho. Anyways. Y'all didn't come here to see that, did you? I don't know what. What do you expect? What do you expect to see? Oh, let's make sure she gets it tight. You getting it tight? Help her with the pot.
It's really hot in here, so it's. I hope that they're not lovely.
Okay, I'm gonna let that run for a little bit. Let's see, Eric, how you doing, man? I appreciate it. Eventually we'll get there. Sorry, Abby, I had to do a little bit with Abby right quick to help her finish getting the blanks in the pot. But yeah, man, it's good to see you. I don't think I've seen you before. But feel free to chat about anything that you have seen on my channel, right? But I will be doing like production mode of diamond painting pens, so we'll definitely answer whatever you got. So let's see. What are my thoughts on the ease difficulty of 1 versus 2 or more starts on a thread? Well, I have a lot of different thoughts. So I would say that it depends on who it is, who it's coming from, you know, what level of difficulty, what complexity are you doing? Are you capitalizing on the single start? Are you, you know, doing it because you have to or because you want to? I mean, those are just things that off the top of my head I got. But I guess to break some of those things down, I guess kind of bearing that in mind, I'll work from there. Single start, I have no problem with single starts. I think that they're great. I think it's probably the best way and most cost-efficient way for people to get into turning bespoke pens. Because, you know, if you get like an 8 or a 13 and a 9mm tap and die set, you can actually use the same. So M13 by 1 tap and die, you can get that, and then if you get a M10 by 1, I think that's a fantastic starting point. Alternatively, rather, you can use a 1/2 inch and a 3/8 inch, and you can still accomplish the same thing. I will say for some of the more visually appealing element of it, I think that the finer threads on a single start are more visually appealing. Although I do also think that it takes a lot of rotations to close it. And so what you'll see is people do much shorter tenons on those. But with that, I would say that you want to drill a little bit more for the depth of the barrel. You want to make the tenon a little longer than you intend it to be. And then after you do all the shaping and everything, then you can shorten it a little bit. That way it'll end up lining up with the cap and the barrel. So I know a lot of stuff mentioned, but you asked. So I guess there's that. You're new to the fountain pen world, right on. Lamy Safari. Dude, that's awesome. Lamy Safaris are great pens. Some people really hate the shape of the grip section, it being a little triangular. So I can kind of see that, you know. Some people don't really like that, and you know, I get it. But Lamy Safari was the first pen I ever had too, and it was blue. And I got it in high school, and what I ended up doing was giving it to my English teacher in high school. I think it was my junior year, and I gave him the pen because he was a no-nonsense English teacher, and for me, I kind of needed that. So I was very appreciative that he was what he was like, you know. Hey, Lawrence, how you doing, buddy? Let's see. Let's see. You're restoring Schaefer's. Oh, dang. Are you intimately familiar with like fixing up older pins? Because man, I'd like to pick your brain a little bit too. Because if I can give myself more free time and stuff like that, I'd like to, you know, be able to work and repair other pins. And I know right now I probably could, but I wouldn't feel comfortable taking on anybody's pin right now, even if it was like a $5 pin. That's not the point. The point is that I don't have repetitions with it yet. So, just okay, man? Why not? Why is that? You like lots of info? Well, you're at the right place. I'll be quite thorough about a lot of things. Hey, good deal, Eric. Gotten some back fills. Cool. I haven't worked very much with vacuum fillers, but I do have some bladder fillers. So it's kind of like a vacuum where it's got like the silicone tube on the inside. But so you're squeezing all the air out, and then because of the silicone tube, it goes back to its shape, it expands back out and sucks the ink up when it does that. So I've played around with some of those, but I haven't come up with a design entirely that I like yet. Yeah. But that's cool. I'll probably continue on with my fountain pen making journey, with continuing to produce what we already do, but also experimenting with other modifications of different pens as well. Because I find some pens, they're super classy, right? They're super classy, black, and just, they're not vibrant. They're not vibrant. But, I mean, that's not what they were going for. But I think it would be pretty interesting to recreate, different parts of it with the resins that give it a lot more color. So it would be kind of interesting. They're super easy to break with the tools. Yeah, for sure. So when you say vacuum, or do you mean like a piston filler, or the one where you push it down and it pushes pressure down and then it shoots the ink past the might have to go back to the drawing board, or not the drawing board, but the information board, and look at the information I got on that. You think someone bringing back a higher volume sack filler with a converter? Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. You want to fund the project? I'm just kidding. But yeah, man, it's cool. Okay, all right. Push down type. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I get confused with sometimes with all the different filling mechanisms, and then some people call the same thing two different things, and I guess I'm at that spot where I'm trying to make sure we're both on the same page with all the different fill types. But yeah, it's pretty darn cool. I don't know if you saw the ones that I was working on for the local shop, if you were here when I showed those, but like an example is like this, where it's just a three-piece pen. It's got the section that a Joe number 6 will go into, and then it's got space on the inside of the barrel for a converter, and then the back of the section also kind of holds the converter onto the back of the nib housing pretty snugly. But yeah. Let's see. Love to be a benefactor or maybe even contribute to a Kickstarter. Oh, I appreciate it, man.
Well, maybe I wouldn't count on it anytime soon. I got a lot of other spinning plates, but you know, maybe in the future. But yeah, it's really neat. I also really like digging back
To some of the older techniques that were used. Like, pins aren't all that complicated, right?
a lot of this, or I would say a lot of the stuff
Has to do with more of the material used than the actual construction of it.
I mean, both are very important, and I might be a little biased when it comes to construction, but yeah, I think that the materials is one of the bigger elements of it.
Yeah. Lawrence, you wake up tired, man? You getting good sleep?
You going to bed late, or you gotta get good sleep, man? Waking up tired is no bueno.
I wake up tired too, man. So I'm not immune.
Despite what I want you to believe. Yeah, man, I don't know. I love coming in here and turning on stream and hanging out with y'all. So it's kind of my thing. Y'all fuel me. Let's see. Folks get caught up on resin. Trying to make sure the threads aren't stretchy. Yeah. You sleep good? Got a lot of health issues. Nah, sorry to hear that. Is there anything that you do that makes it better? Maybe like zoning out on your lathe, or hanging out here, hearing me ramble on for a while. But as far as the different types of fills, I think you can pretty much turn any pin into whatever you want. Like, for example, if I wanted to, I could take, like, okay, I've actually already retrofitted it, but so this is a Kaweco Lilliput, right? If I wanted to, I could essentially just remake a section, right, and then put it into the pin. Or I could make the cap again and then put it onto the pin. Like, and by the way, these are single start. So when you asked about what I thought about single start, you can see that the threads are very, very short. So let's see, we'll grab it in 1, 2, about 2 1/4 or so. So, yeah. But just modifying different aspects of it, you know. But I don't want to decrease like the value, so it will need to be tastefully done, not just done just to do it. You know what I mean? It's got to be something that, you know, has a very specific purpose, or it complements an existing purpose. So, I mean, that's kind of where my thoughts are with that type of thing. But yeah. Let's see, get caught up on the resin, make sure that the threads aren't scratchy. Yeah, I mean, it does happen. It happens. But at the end of the day, it is a handmade item, and some people do the threads in different ways when it comes to makers. And so that would just kind of fall onto the consumer, I would say, to know how the maker cuts their threads and all that stuff. If it was something that was very important to you, that is. Some people that just want their pin to close. Some people, they want it to close nicely, where it has very little resistance. Or some people like it to have a little bit of a tougher time going in. Not like tougher, but a little bit more resistance, so they feel that the cap is going to be secured onto the pin. Whew. Sorry. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man? Good to see you. What you been working on since we last chatted?
a CPAP. I haven't used one, but you know, I know some of my buddies they have, and yeah, they also have similar results where it's helped them. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, man, I really like fountain pens, and I would be making more right now, but this is the skills that pays the bills right here. Until well, I guess until I don't want to anymore, but that'll be a while. But you know, fountain pens are kind of like, I wouldn't say that they're a hobby as much as I guess it kind of falls under a side business category, because it's not like a massive amount of income from fountain pens right now. And that's partly because we don't put the amount of time into production to gain that exposure. So, Jesse, no, this is not wood. This is aluminite resin. It'd be cool as heck if it was, though. And we could do hybrids, I suppose. It's resin. Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. Well, man, I hope you're able to work with your crew, your docs and stuff, and you're able to get that taken care of, or however you go about taking care of it. But I hope that it gets better either way. Jesse, this is that super special wood, man. It's brand new. Okay, I say that jokingly, but I just remembered they did make some plasticky kind of wood or something recently. What was that stuff? They like remade wood or something. Shoot. I don't know what it was called. It was like fake wood or something like that. Clear! That's what it was. It was clear wood. My bad. Clear wood. I was like, what? So I'll have to see what that's like eventually. I don't know if it's like available yet, but always keep an eye out for unique materials, you know? Because as I mentioned before, it's not just the construction of, it is the materials that go onto it. So we got some really cool materials too that we'll be trying out on some pens here. I'll show you right quick here in just a second. After I finish this one, I'll show you. It's really cool. It's from, you might have even seen it if you follow any of the pen making Facebook groups or anything like that. I'll give you a little backstory of it. It's a dude that spray paints surfboards. So he spray paints surfboards, and he gets this stuff just like Fordite. You know, it builds up, and then you accumulate layers and layers and layers over time. And this is basically the result of that. And we have our own version of it as well. I'll show you here in just, and I want to show you now. While I'm thinking about it. All right. Well, I got actually two cool different types of material to show, but they're similar. Yeah. So this stuff right here is called surfite. This is maritime bowtite or maritime Fordite. So it's like Fordite, just like Jeep Fordite or Corvette— except it's, you know, got the pastel colors because it's from a boat.
How cool is that? Abby loves pastels, so it was a no-brainer to get some of that. And then this is another one that we've got. It's basically, this is 2 pieces, by the way. So there's the top of both pieces right there, and then they just cut it into like 1-inch blocks. But yeah, it's similar to our stratified too, with the, you know, kind of varying layers and stuff. So it's pretty darn cool stuff. But I think for that particular material, as well as this material, we need to make it so it's got a good shell on it. So that means like a CA type of finish, most likely. But yeah, you just want to make sure you protect that type of stuff so it doesn't break. If it feels soft and it doesn't feel like it would hold up, then there's a good chance it wouldn't. So. But yeah, that stuff is pretty crazy. So we'll end up, I'll probably end up making a fountain pen similar to Abby's birthday pen, where I made a ebonite sleeve, and then we'll put that on the outside of it, and then CA finish it. That way it gives it a nice cover. And do have some other cool projects that I was working on with my dad yesterday. But yeah, I won't explain too much on that because it's kind of one of Abby's babies that she's working on right now. So I'm just making that part, the pin part, up into like this point. So this is ebonite, and then it doesn't have a section yet, and it also needs to still be cleaned and stuff, but ebonite. So that's going to be pretty darn cool, I think. I think it'll be very well received once we get it, once we accumulate, you know, a fair amount of inventory, I would say. Then we'll share it. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. Looking forward to it. Got some other little cog wheels turning to enhance the design. So I'll show you that too, which is pretty cool. If you didn't know, you can laser on rubber. That's kind of how some people make stamps. I'm pretty sure that's how people make the stamps. If you do it from like a custom Etsy person. Yeah. So I was like, we're doing this on ebonite. That's a rubber. So let's try it. And I have the rotating adapter thing for I have the chuck that'll rotate it. So it's pretty neat. So I mean, there, man, whew. I'll pump the brakes on that because my ideas are just gonna go crazy. But anyway, got some things that I've tried already on it, and more things that we're very eager to try. So looking forward to that. What is that? Where's one of those? That is... here we go. Let me get it wet. It'll help so we can see it better. Just a moment. Alrighty, so here we go. This is what we got. This here. Okay, got a little contrast on that one. Let's see. Come on, focus. It doesn't want to focus that close. See it at all? Oh, I can see kind of a glare. That's not good enough. Guess it just doesn't want to. I'm sorry. So it says Maverick pens. Anyway, we'll be able to put something on the inside or on the recesses of that and then use that as something else. Patrick, what am I doing? I am, well, rambling right now, but I'm turning diamond painting pins. Hey, thanks, Jesse. Sorry, man, it was not wanting to cooperate there. But I'm glad you were able to see it a little bit, at least. I might have to do just a picture in the community tab or something. It might be better. Yeah, making diamond painting pins. This is what we do. A turn all the time. And so it was kind of like a no-brainer to begin streaming. I've been thinking about streaming for a long time. Probably a couple years before I actually began. And then I get at various stages of completion. No, thank you. I bet it's good, though. But yeah, these are diamond painting pins. And I'll sometimes call them craft handles as well, because they don't need to necessarily be diamond painting pins. It's just what these are drilled for. If that could clue you into some projects that you could be doing, man, if you wanted to turn for work, you could definitely do it. But I know there's other people that talk about that if they do start turning and then they have to start producing, that's when it becomes a job that they don't want. So for those types of people, I don't recommend doing it in production mode. Because I do it because I love it. And I love talking about it. I love different ideas. I'm trying to challenge myself in all kinds of ways. So it's just one of those things, I reckon. But man, I will say, if you were here yesterday on that stream, thank you so much. It was my best stream that I have had. As far as turnout goes, man, what an amazing thing. Thank you so much for that. Told my dad he was the good luck charm because he was there. He didn't like participate in the stream, but he was there. He was working on my metal lathe. Yeah, I love turning. It is so very therapeutic to me. And then whether I had the stream on or not, I would still be thinking about whatever I'm saying. So essentially, I'm able to just talk out loud and people like to listen. But yeah, if you have specific questions, let me know. I'll answer them. Maybe even more thoroughly than you want to know. Who knows? There you go. Righty. But yeah, I would say that this is probably one of the simpler things that you can do production-wise that is different. So We got any turners? Got any turners in the house? Well, if you are, this is a pretty lucrative endeavor, I would say. If you're into turning, you're into production turning, and you make your own blanks, no brainer. This is a great avenue. But yeah, I do think that you know, slower methods of communicating with different parts of your body, like my brain signaling to my hand or what I want them to do, and coordinating and stuff like that. So I believe that things like that are making a comeback. Maybe it's a little delulu, but I still think it is. I think people are finally starting to realize that I lost my train of thought. Sorry. But I just like the way that it's communicating with your body in different ways. I think idle hands lead to like an idle mind, and then you're kind of, you know, you almost feel like you're not doing anything. And that's one of the things that I was thinking about too, because when I got out of the military, well, hold on one second, I'll talk about that here in just a second. I should check out your other friend. Don't get me started with Leopard Leatherworks, Lawrence. I'm just kidding. he's good. Yeah, he streams and stuff too. I've seen him quite a few times. He's been here before, but he usually comes over on the Butterfly Effect Wares stream when I'm over there. But yeah, let's see. So when I got out of the military, and I do have a point to this, by the way, so follow me here. I was in the military, I got out, and then I was doing some contracting overseas, right? We were doing some work over there, and then I would work half the year. And the other half of the year, I didn't actually need to do anything. And so it was an excellent opportunity for me to, you know, take on something else. Oh, Lawrence, I was kidding, man. I'm kidding. He's fine. I can't remember his name, but yeah, I've talked to him quite a bit. So don't feel bad. But yeah. So I had a lot of time that I needed to do something, and you know, for a while I was drinking a lot, and that's obviously not a good way to be. I didn't really have anything to do when I was home, you know. So yeah, one thing kind of led to another. I started watching a lot of videos, and then you know, I was really fascinated by turning. About 5 years ago or 6 years ago, I didn't even know what a lathe was. So it's kind of interesting how things like that can happen. But yeah, I turn all the time, and I love it. It's I'd like to be able to offer like turning get-togethers, like, you know, normal wood turner meetups, but I'd also like to have like special, not special, but like specific. That's what it is. Specific types of people that, you know, we can have a similar understanding of the craft, and then be able to work together to create, you know, other combinations that were not previously thought of. So just, you know, kind of thoughts that I have, and the people that I intend on is already
majority of people that watch, really. You know, it's people that are getting into that retirement age or something where they, you know, had a good successful career and all that jazz, and they want to keep working with their hands. My dad is a prime example. If he doesn't have anything to do, it's not good for him. So yeah, when somebody's got idle hands and not a direction or purpose, they sometimes sometimes if people have idle hands, idle mind, all that stuff, man. Let's see. You love your scroll saw? Yeah, right on, man. Maybe you can teach me about the scroll saw. What? You get that thing right here? There we go. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Abdon. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Yours truly, John, the host, you know? Is it safe to touch the workpiece like that? Your school and never touch the part while the lathe is moving. Well, Leroy, that is fantastic. If you're not comfortable doing it, man, I definitely don't suggest doing it. But if you're asking permission, I mean, you're kind of in charge of your own fate, you know? So, I suppose, and that's also actually why I keep the tool rest a little bit further away, because, you know, your finger could get in there, but it's not going to keep it there. It'll give you a little time to get out. But that's why I'm, you know, deliberate and I only touch it a very certain way, you know. I obviously wouldn't touch it down there while it's spinning, but up here, I'm not overly concerned because there's really not really anything that can get me hurt, you know, other than it trying to take my finger, which it wouldn't feel good, obviously. Since it's a soft material and high RPM, yeah, yeah, it's pretty hard. But it's not like metal. It's not as hard as metal. But yeah. You notice how I let it drag the hand over the top? Yeah. But if my hand comes off, it just bends off. But yeah, I can't say I've had any problem, but always worth asking, always worth mentioning, and you know, I'm definitely not the final answer on anything. So, but yeah, I would also say that you have to touch it when you're sanding it. So there is that too. Even a wood lathe is a little grabby. Yeah, I can see that. You have to put a weight on it. You have to counterbalance. Little grabby. Yeah. So I would say that the most grabby thing that I have felt really was when I was doing wood, when I was sanding wood, and
want me to do? Go get my other thing. It's on my motorcycle, or maybe not. I don't know. You can put that thing onto that instead of using the tripod. There's other tripods around too. Yeah, man. Definitely, if you don't feel comfortable doing it, don't do it. That's why I got my little disclaimer. If techniques you see don't seem safe, and this is not really a guide. I don't make guides like that. But Leroy, what kind of stuff do you usually do though? What kind of work do you do with the machines? Yeah, I think another thing about it too is like there was a time where I was like super timid around it, around the lathe. Like I didn't want to, you know, get caught. I didn't want to. I didn't want to like try anything new when it came to like manipulating tools. But the way that I turn now, I would have never found if I stuck to the rules that I was told. I don't know how many people you see tilting the round carbide tool, but that's pretty much the only way I turn, is by tilting the carbide tool all the time. A lot of people just keep it flat and on there, which if it works, it works, so don't change it, unless you want to just try something new. But yeah. There's a lot of people, you know, me included, I'll just turn with the bottom part of the tool right here, just flat on the rest, and, you know, you can go back and forth just like that, no problem. There we go. But I usually only do that for the first part. Other than that, I'll be having my tool to the side and cutting. So I guess some people think that this is more of a cutting than scraping when you turn it to the side. But you know, some people just universally say that carbide, you're just scraping the surface the whole time. Well, maybe. Maybe. But there is a most right way. And so, because there is a most right way, you know, you kind of go with what you're most comfortable with. You might not know this, but Jimi Hendrix learned how to play the guitar upside down. So, more than one way to do something. Okay, I got a question. Here's an interesting question. So, I asked my fitness trainer this too, and I'll hold my answer until, you know, at least I get some responses. Now, if you were going to a fitness coach and you were trying to get in shape, or you were going to somebody that was a professional in the field that you wanted to be a professional in, but they didn't do what you did. So in this case, this example, somebody is like a fitness coach, but they're fat and out of shape and they can't do much of anything. Are you going to respect them as your fitness coach? Kind of an interesting question there. Are you going to respect the person that is not at all what you want to look like, telling you how to be how you look? You like doing detailed style projects? Right on. Oh, Christmas ornaments. Heck yeah. Do you do like the multi-layered images? So I guess like you have a backdrop scene, and then you have like elevated positions for some of the other things, like the characters in there. What are the links for mini, regular, and large? You guys list them. It's a standard. It's not a standard. It's just our standard. It's a way for you to know what you're getting from us. I wouldn't call it a standard. However, there is more or less a standard of blanks that people get. So if somebody was to get a regular blank, it would be about 3/4 of an inch by 3/4 of an inch by 5 inches. Is generally the standard regular, I would say, and that's because that's just how the molds are in some cases, or that's just how the blanks are cut, because you probably won't ever need more than 5 inches for a pen. So there's that. So our size ranges between 3.5 to 6 inches. And then the large is also talking about the mega, I'm sorry. The mega is also referring to the circumference. The diameter is a little larger. So this is a large, or a mega, I mean. And this, oh, here you go. This is a better illustration. So you can see this here. Oh, sorry. So you can see that it's quite a bit of a different size. Let's see. But these are from an existing mold. If you've heard of P-Town Subby, that's where we get our molds from. Although we have tried Olive Frog designs as well. So this is a 19 millimeter. And then this is 21.6 millimeter. And so when you see mega for us, it just refers to that. But a large is always going to be a mega. And those are 6 inches by the 2022 or whatever. Yes. Yep. Does that answer your question? And the reason we do that is because, everybody's got their own preference of how and where and how they hold, where they hold, the size that they want, the counterbalance that they want. And I mean, we could over-engineer these, no problem, but you got to get like the basics first and figure out what it is that you want to do. Because believe it or not, you can make resin heavier. But I'll leave that there for you to think about what you could do with that information. Let's see. Dang. But yeah, it is nice to see you in chat again. You're from India, yeah? What a piece of script. Oh, come on. Here. Maybe that did it? Yeah. And then when it comes to the fountain pens, it's 5.5 inches is my my target. 6 inches is too long. 5 inches doesn't look right proportionately with at least the way that I have it constructed. So 5.5 inches is my standard for fountain pen. 26. Multiple piece Christmas candles. Cool, cool. 3 pieces. Right on. That's fun. Do you ever make display boxes or anything with your scroll saw? So I think display boxes could be a pretty interesting thing. There's been an idea that we haven't yet put much effort into as well of going to a cigar shop and getting the boxes from there. And if we had a 3D printer, we could build a measurement of, or we could get the measurement of the box, and then we can basically print an organizer. Excuse me. We can print an organizer that would go into each individual cigar box. And some people like the idea of having it as a cigar box because it just kind of looks a little inconspicuous, and you know, some of the cigar boxes are just so cool looking. Let's see. Illinois, but close. I appreciate it. Wait a second. Man, it's been a little while. I'm sorry. Close. I appreciate it. Really, really close. 5,000 miles away. Or more. You guys are turning the Patreon pins? Yeah. Work's been busy. I hear that. You've seen some do really long and thin. Yes. So I mean, there is a nice variety, but for the sake of consistency and if you are going to do like a variety of shapes, it's probably best to have some that are consistent, because if you do make something that a lot of people really like, then you probably shouldn't change it a whole lot. Yeah. If you found something that works, I don't think you should really mess with it too much, unless you're just experimenting or practicing or gauging if other people are interested in different techniques or styles or whatever, you know, things like that. But I guess it kind of boils down to what your direction is that you want to go. So. Some people just want to do it because they want to make people happy. Some people want to do it to like support their hobby. Some people want to do it to have a full-time income. Some people, you know, just like the idea of doing it. And all of the things are, you know, totally acceptable. Let's see. You were a bad smoke. Oh man. Don't want to go to a cigarette. Oh man, well I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Wasn't trying to bring that up. Sorry, Lawrence. That's a lot. Glad you were able to kick it, man.
But I was just talking about the boxes themselves. Because they'll just throw them away. And, you know, I could even buy them for like $5. Some other places have them for, like, I don't know, you can buy 5 boxes for $15 or something like that, which is, you know, it ends up being like $3 a pop. So then you do that, then you kind of felt line it, and then you build a little printer thingy, maybe even silicone or cork. See, cork is what I was thinking, because you can get a sticky side cork and be able to put it on there, then you won't have to really worry about any ink or anything like that. But I suppose even silicone might be better than that. But cork might look classier, I would say. You know, got some stuff to try. But I don't think that would be something that we would bother trying to sell online because of the whole packaging and shipping element of it. So if you are a home business, I would say that think about the packaging element of what you're doing. I think that might be one of the overlooked areas of businesses, and that is one of the biggest opportunities for them to make a significant impact on when people buy something from them, and that's the packaging element of it. So you want to, like, you know, relatively simple, but you want to keep it nice and presentable, and you want the experience. You want people to have an experience opening up your work, you know, open up the package that has your work in it. So anyway, that was a tangent. My bad. You like to see you smile when you give them? Right on, man. Here they sell them for about $3. Okay, yeah. That's pretty good. I'd say that is an interesting way, a good way to, you know, repurpose those. And if we had a printer maybe, and I had the know-how to print those things, then it might be worth doing. But one of the problems with trying to have somebody with a printer army do it is you're going to have a variety of different cigar boxes, so you'd have to create like a file for each different one, and you're not going to know necessarily if you're going to get like a Romeo and Julieta, or you're going to get a you know, an acid stubby or something like that box. So, you know, it's just a variety of different shapes that you would have to make trays for. But I was serious, man. That could be a pretty cool little thing. Be a way to like combine a little bit of class, combine a little bit of sass. All right, maybe not sass, but you know, just some other. Not to mention, you know where to get them every time, and eventually there won't be any different styles of boxes, or sizes rather. So eventually you'll run into not having to create anymore because you've made them all. And so with that, you know, organization is kind of key when it comes to that. Sorry, my nose is running. You have a printer but no computer. Right on, man. We had a printer. It was the Ender 3. It worked fine for a little bit, but we weren't able to do what we originally wanted to with it. And so when that happened, we didn't even bother messing with it again for a little bit. And let's see.
yeah, we didn't bother messing with it again. And then when we went back to it, you know, about 5 months later or something, like, okay, we want to make some of these, and we tried, and the magnetic plate wasn't right, and so we replaced it with the glass. We made an upgrade with the glass surface. I don't ever recommend that. So some of those influencer people, man, they got me. They got me with that. So, and the glass sucked. So if you think that you're going to get a glass bed as an upgrade, for the Ender 3 at least, it's not. It caused more frustration, and I ended up getting rid of it. What number was that? What about? I'm not supposed to do this shape on this pin. On this side, rather. Yours works as a cop. Huh. Interesting. But you don't have a computer. Huh. I use my Surface. I have a Surface from like 7-8 years ago or so, and I used that for oh my god, for all the extra stuff. Golly, I'm sorry. Could not come up with the X tool. So is that the inkjet one with the inkjet refill, where you just pour ink into it? Those things, oh my goodness. What an incredible printer. Abby prints a lot with all the different orders that we get. So we were using ink, like it was going out of style before with the other printer. But man, this one printer that she's using right now, it's a paper printer, by the way, a paper printer. It's like the inkjet or something that that you can just kind of pour the liquid into the reservoir, the different colors of it, that is. And it's pretty neat. Very crazy how little we've had to fill it, relatively speaking. Because I'm pretty sure printers make their money off of ink. Yeah, pretty sure volume cost, ink is one of the most expensive liquids that there is. Printer ink, that is. If you didn't know, now you do. I'm pretty sure by volume, scorpion venom is the most expensive liquid per gallon. With that, we had an HP before that they got smart to where there was like a little sensor on the cartridge to where we tried basically knockoff ink to put into it, but it wouldn't read it. Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. Allergies. But yeah, it was a printer that we would, shoot.
Yeah, Abby tried to put different refills in it, and for the older model it worked. For the newer model, they had changed it to where you have to have ones that have like a specific code on the actual refill, so you can't just put whatever you want in there. Proprietary. I mean, that's kind of like Apple and their Thunderbolt for a long time. Not their Thunderbolt, but them refusing to change their chargers for a long time. So they're finally back to the USB-C. But it was a long time, and they were actually paying penalties on that. I don't remember exactly what, but they were having to pay extra because it was different. Kind of interesting if you think about it. Trying to get everybody on the same page and the same things. That way it's, you know, more convenient. You had that problem. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, that's also definitely true as well. Sometimes if you try to go the cheap route, you're going to get cheaper. No doubt about it. Like, I've said it before, but I use these the round carbides here. And I've showed it a few times already, but these fit the EasyWood tool, the CI3 specifically. And these are like, I think $25 for 10 of them, or something like that. So they are an inferior product. However, I would say, to me, they are superior because of how many I would be going through. Even if it lasted twice as long, it would need to last 10 times as long. You know? But I still love the size of the EasyWood tool, so if you were on the fence about getting an EasyWood tool, I don't be. I think that it's a great thing to get. I'm not sponsored or anything. I should go ahead and say that, I think. But, you know, I love the length of the handle. I also love that it's basically got two different grip points. So here, if I was trying to do like some super small detailed work, right, it gives me more control. And then back here, it gives me more leverage. So I can kind of rock my body a little bit more and be able to control the tool a little better. But this is definitely my most used tool, other than the lathe itself. Oh yeah, you can definitely do that. Definitely sharpen them up. I keep saying that I'm going to do that, and I even bought a sharpener too. I just haven't taken the time to do it yet. You definitely don't want that dust getting into your nose or into your body in any way, really. So, wear appropriate PPE. No one outranks safety. Oh, military flashback right there. No one outranks safety. Oh man! So this past weekend, I watched a movie called The Dirt, and if you don't know, it is a movie, kind of like a movie documentary sort of thing, where they took actors to replace, obviously, the characters from Motley Crue, and they you know, kind of gave them their story of all that stuff, and it was really cool because, you know, it kind of popped up when my dad was here. I came home early from the beach, and my dad came over,
And so it was like, he took me to a Motley Crue concert many moons ago. And I was like, how appropriate to watch this movie with my dad. So, kind of an early Father's Day sort of thing. Was happy about that. Had a good time. It is a bit graphic. So if you or don't like, be ready. It's got a lot of stuff in it. A lot of vices from like the 80s and 90s. Pretty much all of them. But nonetheless, a funny story. But what really got me is I didn't realize that they were I didn't realize how popular they were. And they went on tour with Ozzy Osbourne. I don't remember like what year, but it was crazy. I didn't realize that they were that popular. So pretty neat. You got the four-sided stone from Harbor Freight. Right on, man. That'll be good enough. I showed you my diamond card. This is a 600 as well. Yeah, it's a 600, and it's just a little diamond card. And this little handle pops out, so you can hold it. So you can hold it however you want, I guess. But yeah, that's what I use. Or I would use if I did it, I guess. Alrighty. But yeah, man, I enjoyed that movie. Take one like that. You talking about the movie? You like a movie like that? Yeah, man. If you like Motley Crue, or if you were interested in kind of like, I guess, how rockers were at that time, at least the most wild rockers were at that time period. Man, what an interesting movie. It's more like I didn't realize a lot of these things. And so I'd say for some reason, or some things, it's really interesting to like get a little bit of backstory. And I think when you get a little bit of backstory from people and their art and what they're doing, it really, to me, it means a lot more. Yeah. But I loved it. Oh. The sharpening? Gotcha. Yeah. I've got that one, and then I've got another one that is somewhere. It should be around here, but I guess it's... Oh, yeah, there it is. There you go. So this is the one that I actually recently picked up. So it's got a magnet on this thing. So you can put any size, and then you can flip it over, and it's got the smaller sizes too. And then you just get some honing oil of sorts, and then go for the gusto. So eventually, I'll get that done. But, the other thing about it is, it's like, it's kind of interesting because I was talking to my dad, and he's doing what I used to do all the time with like little pieces of material that got cut off, or like stuff like that, like these noodles. So one of his first questions that he asked was like, can you melt these noodles back down and use them again, or is there a way to do it again? And The answer is sort of. You can use it as like a filler, but you're gonna get weird looks if it's at all translucent or transparent. In the material, that is. They'll look like little worms inside. We did try it, and I made an egg out of it, actually. But yeah, it looks like worms on the inside if you did that, and you can see them. Now, some of them, they actually look pretty cool. I have a piece back here that was actually from, oh, there it is. So this piece right here, let me get it fully so you can see. Okay, so more lube. There we go. All right, so we got this little guy right here. So I thought this swarf would be pretty cool. Swarf is actually a metal term, but in the resin world, we also use it for the noodles or the chips, whatever you. But this, you can kind of see it. It actually has Fordite shavings in it. So I turned a block of Fordite, and you can see them in there. I actually made a pin out of it. But yeah, it's a pretty neat pin. It's Abby's. Everything that I make goes through her. So. Hey Ben, how you doing, man? We still got to get together. Watch the more. Sorry. What did he do on? I missed it. Oh yeah, put the noodles in there. Oh yeah, I got derailed. Heck yeah, dude! Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. Man, yesterday, Ben, it was my best stream I've had. So that was really awesome. We got up to like 85 viewers at one time, which was, very much exceeded my hopes. But then again, I got my bar real low, or non-existent, as far as what I hope for here. That way I don't get disappointed, Yeah, man. And before we did like a multi-stream, we'll have to get like we'll have to kind of talk offline before we do that, because I probably need to get some software here and there so we can actually make that happen. But yeah, man, I gotta credit you, man. It was a good idea to do this style. So, hats off to Ben hooking me up with the pro tip. You found a way I can get donations before getting monetized? I mean, I've got a couple things that you can look at the link tree. I got the buy me a coffee, and You know, working on another thing. I'm working actually. I'm slow burning on a few different things, but the Patreon being one, and I'm gonna have like a support the workshop tier for people that want to contribute and like seeing it and want to show a monetary compensation of appreciation, but I just do it because I love it, man. I do enjoy it. Man, somebody hit me. Well, Lawrence, you were one of the ones that I was thinking about, later on last night and this morning, as far as, you remembering something that I had said previously, as far as, if you're not trying new things and breaking stuff, then, you're not really pushing yourself, are you? And I don't know. It meant more to me that you remembered that than when I first heard it. So I appreciate that. And the other thing was that somebody had mentioned that they learn more in 5 minutes than hours of searching on the internet. So I'm very, very appreciative of both of those things. So, yeah, just throwing that out there, like a virtual high five, Go team. Let's see. Guess you could join on Patreon, but can't. Hey, that's not a big deal. Not a big deal. I'm really, it really is. For me, it's really. I just want people to be able to, if they want to and have the ability to, but I don't expect anything. So, like that's not the point of it. I don't particularly like the whole gatekeeping type of thing in some ways, but you can't just tell everybody everything all the time. Let's see. You turned off donations on your stream because YouTube takes 30%. Wow. Yeah, I did know that Apple took a big cut. I didn't know much about Google though. You only get 49% of the donation. Well, that's kind of crazy. The problem is autism and ADHD. Hey man, I'll say, I think autism and ADHD in some ways are superpowers. So don't let that slow you down. Like I've got ADHD, but one of the things is like I have a very addictive personality. Yeah, I have a very addictive personality, which, obviously not great, but the first step is knowing. So sometimes I'll enjoy something and then I will just go to the extreme with it, and I'll stay there for a long time. But yeah, and then the other thing that I've got going for me is the ability to like hyper focus, which I don't think most people are able to do. And it's not like, I'll go ahead and say this, it's not like I have control over, like, it's not like a switch. I can't just be like, okay, hyper focus, engage. No, it doesn't work like that. It's more like I'm interested in something and I'm going to keep learning and immersing myself in it until I learn as much as I can about it, or until I'm satisfied with whatever it is, or I know enough about it, or let's see. Yeah, Lawrence, you were definitely you hit me in the heart, man.
agree to that. The some of those things being superpowers. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, it does make normal functioning stuff, right? Normal functioning stuff. It makes those things more complicated in some cases, but you know, you just find where you're best at and then just stay there and shine, you know? I think you're my superpower. Well, I mean, that's probably also a good thing. Sometimes you can get so wrapped up in something, it doesn't matter, you know, the cost, whether it's time, knowledge, or money. Sometimes you do get, well, I do get immersed so deep that I don't really think about money as the object that's stopping me. Yeah, man, that's the plan. That's the plan. I like to, my dad is actually, well, I don't want to get too personal on here, but I left for the military when I was 18 years old, and I had 2 sisters that were younger and 2 that were older, and so I pretty much went and like left entirely. I was out of their life pretty much for a while, and you know, I missed a lot of time with my sisters, so I didn't really see them grow up all that much. And you know, it's not until you see life happening around you and people getting older and you know not being there anymore. It's something that you have to get all sad and stuff, but man, it just really makes you want to appreciate the time that you got. And I've had some friends that, well, I ain't gonna go there. We want a happy stuff, right? Anyway, if somebody is reaching out, or you know, if you do care about somebody, reach out and let them know. That's my thoughts on that, at least. And even if you don't feel like sending a message to them or whatever, then you could definitely write it down. Like, just write it down. Oh no, I'm not sick. I got chopping onions. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's allergies. Allergies are bad. I think it's one of the worst allergy seasons in North Kakalaka. Hey, Hansi, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. So you have this idea. You want to, okay. Wood turning streamer, join the stream, okay. One person will teach and the rest will follow. Well, I think that's an interesting idea. Let's see. I was thinking about something like that for wood. Because I was thinking, what's something that most everybody will have and or have access to? And I was thinking like a wood species project. Like, so like I'm going to use purple heart and I'm going to make something out of purple heart that's, you know, like my specialty. And then you would make something that's kind of in your wheelhouse of purple heart. And, you know, everybody else would kind of have their own thing. Which would make it, I think, also for other people that would be able to participate a little easier than, you know, making like a bespoke pen or, well, shoot, I mean, even a diamond painting pen. Those are super easy to make. But yeah, I think on the other side of that is that would be pretty interesting for content for sure. But would you really want to make a pen? I know that you have made pens. You did in the past, and you also have even more recently. But, you know, do you want to? And then
for people that don't have a big old lathe, would they need to have a nice long board or a big block of wood in order to make some of the spindles. Anyway, I think it's a great idea, Ben. I think I'm still a little bit shocked from yesterday. I'm just excited about, the amount of time. Like making a peppermint bowl, yeah. Oh! When I was cleaning up everything, I've already lost it. But I found some other pieces or blanks that I had done previously that I glued them all together, like the cutoff stuff. So I took like purple heart, leopard wood, padauk, and maybe bloodwood. I put all those together, and I made a cup out of it, and I made what else? Something else. I don't remember. But the other thing that I did yesterday, you had to go pick up your kiddo from Boy Scouts, but I turned some black palm yesterday, and I actually finished something. It's not great, but I did do it. I think you would actually be a little bit, underwhelmed for sure, but a little bit impressed at the same time. Because I was going down the slopes and stuff. I was riding the bevel down.
But I will say it wasn't beautiful. It was not great, but it ended up being something. So
I will call that a win.
Alrighty, here we go. There it is. That's what I was looking for.
You go like this. You go like this. Here we go. All right, so this is like the first plate that I ever made, but I made it out of plywood. Definitely don't recommend. 10 out of 10, don't recommend plywood. And it's really dusty too. We finished it with tung oil. That's what it was, tung oil. And then here's the 2 cups that I was talking about. Ugh. So we got some leopard wood, and then we got I think that's leopard wood. And then we got mahogany. Leopard wood, mahogany, purple heart, mahogany again, and then padauk. And then this one, mahogany, purple heart, mahogany, purple heart, and same thing. But yeah, the earliest cups that I've made. Now, if that doesn't look like something that you'd see in a temple of Indiana Jones, man, I don't know what will be. Fetch me the ale. Anyway, let's see. Yeah. But yeah, man, it was fun. But I was just taking seriously. I was getting like 2 like 1x4 boards, and all I was doing was cutting them, and then I glued them all together. It was like my first glue up. what I had to do, man. We found the Grail. Hey, Sean, how you doing, man? Yeah. I actually have that idea from a long time ago. Like I wrote, because I was going to start YouTubing a long time ago, and you know, I would write down all these different ideas that I wanted to do or try out, and that one was going to be like, is this the Holy Grail or something silly like that? I have no doubt that it would get watches, but my goodness, it's a little baity, isn't it? You want to play some video games? All right, man. What you playing? You rocking Diablo? Is that what you were playing before? But yeah, we started playing Elder Scrolls, Abby and I. Elder Scrolls Online. We've had a good time. The game is massive. Go figure, because it's an MMO. Massive multiplayer. You get. Yeah, man. Sorry, I'm a little down as far as the allergies. Diablo. Yeah, man. Cool. Well, have a good time, man. Hey, how you doing, Maury? Doing well today? Happy Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday. Oh, yes. This is the asymmetrical one, which for some people, their brain does not like it when they look at it, which is okay. It just means that it's not for them, right? Oh yeah? Have you played ESO? Shoot, if you have, load it up. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna be Wood Turner Guild / Nerd Gaming Guild. But I like video games. They're pretty fun. One thing you would say is make fun. Make fun, huh? Yeah. Make fun. Heck yeah, make it fun. But yeah, that game, it's very easy to get overwhelmed, like, immediately. There's so much stuff. I mean, probably Diablo being the same way. But once you get like a routine or something, then you'll have a much better idea of what to do every time you hop on and stuff. Hey, dude. You got a fish, dude. Speaking of fish, got back from the beach, caught the biggest red spot I have. I don't know exactly what kind of fish it was. Some people call it spot, some people call it a red fish. But yeah, I caught the biggest one that I have ever caught in the channel, where we usually go to the beach. We go every year, and I think this fish was probably a good, maybe 3 pounds, 4 pounds. But yeah, check this out.
Oh, we also caught a puffer fish, and it just looks like a little blob, so not a very good pick. There you go. Yeah, it's got like a spot on the back of its tail that, of course, my hand's covering. But yeah, caught a few flounder as well. But yeah, man. Sorry, your name really, we got a fish dude. Really sparked. But I learned how to tie a different type of rig where you have like a fake bait at the bottom, and then you go up about maybe 18 inches to 24 inches, and then you have just like a little hang off, like you do a little knot where, well, I did an inline figure 8, but yeah, that just kind of hangs off, and then you put a hook on it, and then a live bait on it, and it'll just kind of drag along. Pretty good. But anyway, yeah, get settled, hang out. Got some good people here, a lot of knowledge. Oh, yeah, you did say that, Lawrence. You said you were getting a vacuum chamber, so that's pretty cool. Is it just, are you getting the pump or the chamber, or both? Oh, you like catching brim? I have not gone fly fishing before. Maybe we got a fish dude. Like, I haven't been fly fishing, but I've been spear fishing. Is that weird? Is that a weird thing? Kind of like a unnatural progression, I think. But whatever. Getting the set. Right on, dude. And are you using cactus juice as well for that? From, I think, Turntex is one of the most common places people get it from. It's different. Right on. Ugh. Oh man, I don't know. Okay, let me back up. I am not an avid fisherman. I'll fish a few times a year, and it's, you know, partially because of time that it takes to like get set up and get to a place and do all that stuff. But I will say the other thing about it is, well, let me back up. I'm sorry. That being said, I don't fish all the time, so I'm no expert by any means. But it is a very enjoyable pastime. And I like learning new things about it too. But where I was going with that is I was fishing, and I was using a different type of flounder rig. It might even be called a Carolina rig. And I wasn't having great success with that. And then when I tried the other setup that I was talking about before, I would catch flounder, you know, pretty often actually. Like I caught like 4 or 5 flounder, not trying because they're off season, right? But yeah, I was catching flounder, and it's so weird. If you've been flounder fishing, you'll know that it's like they don't hit it like a normal fish strike. They
are actually quite slow, at least with the setup I had. Like they'll go get the live fish, and then it almost feels like a crab has your bait. And so it kind of pulls on your rod just a little bit. And it's not until the flounder feels the hook in its mouth, I think, that it actually starts to freak out. And that's when that's when the fight actually starts, after the hook is set and everything. So it's kind of weird. It's hard to explain, but I've hooked a lot of crabs in my time. Actual crabs, that is, like blue crab. And they're down there and eating my bait all the time. We'll try Minwax wood hardener first. Right on, Minwax.
I do have some Minwax stuff, I think. That's Shallow Wax, Aussie oil. I think I got it somewhere.
But yeah, that sounds good. I'm not able to do. You're able to put it right on. Can't get overheated. Ah, well, that's definitely puts a damper on your on the fishing expeditions. You were about 13. You got the flounder gigging, but didn't get. You didn't get anything. Yeah, they're they're interesting, and yeah. One of the times when I was surf fishing, actually, I was in Cocoa Beach, Florida, and I was there for training. But we had some time off on the weekends, and I went to go surf fishing, and I hooked something, and it wasn't moving. Right, I hooked it, and then I feel it move around a little bit, but then it like sticks. It like went to the ground, or went to the bottom. And so I'm sitting here like pulling the rod, just trying to keep it tight, and it's like not moving. And I'm like, do I keep pulling or do I hold? Well, sure enough, there are a couple ways to do it from what I've heard. If you do happen to run into something like that, where if you take the line, you pull it tight, and then you actually like strum it, kind of like a banjo or a guitar or whatever, then that can send a vibration down. And it was a stingray, and this stingray was big. I felt like Jeremy Wade, except my stingray was nowhere near as big as those. Alberto, how are you doing today? Welcome. Welcome to the best pin making stream to ever exist. It might be the only one, but welcome nonetheless. You wear your combat boots? Oh man, those stingray don't want anything to do with you. But I will say, if you do go wading out, or not wading, if you do go walking out in the shallows where stingrays are, shuffle your feet, and that's really the only thing you really need to do. It's you know, I could say that it's extremely unlikely, but what is that really based off of? Because I bet people that don't even go to the ocean are factored into that variable.
So, and poor Steve Irwin too. So. Relaxing to watch. You didn't want to take the chance? I hear you, man. No worries. I've done a lot of things. Done a lot of things in my life. I got hundreds of skydive jumps. I've got lots of scuba dives. I've got actually, even a boat rescue. I got a boat rescue, or boat recovery. It was like a 5-passenger boat that was at the bottom of one of the lakes that we used to train at. And the person that sunk the boat, he hit it full throttle and it popped up, and then he backed it all the way back off, and then it nose dove into the water, and then he hit the throttle again to try and make it go back up. And so, you know, he's like literally sunk it like that. Hey, Konstantin. How you doing? But yeah, man, it was cool. The way that we recovered it actually was with some lift bags. It wasn't very deep. I want to say it was like 20 feet down or something. But then you just find some hard points, hard tie-down points basically, and then you connect the lift bags to that point, and then you fill them up with air from your regulator or your scuba tanks, and then you coordinate that so it starts lifting one side. You have to make sure that it's balanced, so that way it doesn't like, you know, switch over. So stuff like that. Yeah. Let's see. You thought at one time you wanted to be an underwater welder? Hey, it's good money. Underwater welding's good money. But no, I don't really want to be a hard hat diver or underwater welder or anything. Crazy thing, when I was going through, we were doing a training iteration for currency purposes. We had to dive every so often in order to maintain currencies. And one of my buddies actually got hit in the chest by like I think it was a seal. A seal was in the water, and we went scuba diving, and I guess the seal just found us somehow, and then it like ran into the guy's chest. But yeah, kind of crazy. It's a little eerie too, because I don't know if you've been down in the ocean or below subsurface, but at 20 feet it's still relatively bright, so you can make out whatever you're seeing. So it was crazy. It was you know, it was one of those things that's like, yes, I am just a visitor in your domain. So it keeps you on high alert. We were already on high alert. We also did some training where there was a lot of sharks. I don't like sharks. I like sharks fine. I don't want to be in the water with them. That's more accurate, I guess.
When you were 13, you had a diver tell you that you floated like a rock. Right on. Yeah. Well, that must have been a compliment because muscle is more dense than fat. So maybe it was a roundabout way of saying, dang, man, you are muscular. You were in Sea Cadets. Interesting. Is that like a dive school type of thing, or familiarization with water? Or... I used to be a water safety instructor. Used to teach kids how to swim. Oh man, that was fun. It was a lot of fun. I did that when I was in high school. Sushi! Hey! How you doing? Sushil. Sorry. That L was hiding behind the eye there. Navy brat. Or... Gotcha. Yeah, we did some work with the Navy at our dive shop. We'd have a I don't know, whatever. We had a master chief, master diver, is a part of our. That was the lead of our dive program. Really pretty cool. Reminiscing in the heyday, yo. Is that what we're doing now? Kind of like Boy Scouts, but you dress in regular Navy outfits. Right on, Navy outfits. So it sounds a little like ROTC. Is it like ROTC for youngins? You were on the base? Sweet. What base was it? I've been to the base in Florida, and I've also been to the base in California. Oh, okay, they didn't have that. I'm not sure when the ROTC program even started. I didn't have it available when I did it, or when I went through school, but it was available at my wife's school, and she went through some ROTC stuff. And yeah. Norfolk, okay. I don't think I ever went to that base. Down here. How appropriate. Yeah, I wonder when ROTC program started at like in high school. Because I'm pretty sure there were already like like military schools, right? But having ROTC as a part of the public school is an interesting way too, I think. That's cool. Stationed in Norfolk, Virginia. My goodness, I'm sorry. Let's see. I went basic. I was in the Air Force, so a little bit different. Yeah. I was in the Air Force, and I was in personnel recovery. Oh, okay. One of your schools would host a military day? Good. Man. I think the military is a great avenue. It was good for me, for sure. Although I did not like the customs and courtesies. They were not my favorite thing. But, you know, it is what it is. But man, if I knew then what I know now about what benefits there are and available to military members, you know, I probably approach it differently than what I did. But there's a lot of benefits to the military, I would say. Especially if you don't know what you want to do after like high school. Because that's kind of where I was. I was like, I don't like school. I don't want to continue doing school. I don't like the classroom setting. So instead of going to a college and partying and probably doing a lot of bad stuff, I joined the military. Like, I even graduated early so I could join the military like right when I turned 18. So, but it's definitely not for everybody, that's for sure. You tried to get in, but you're unqualified because of medical issues. Yeah, sometimes those things are, those things are showstoppers, aren't they? But yeah, what were you trying to go for? Or did you have a preference of what you were going for? I actually wanted to be a firefighter. That's what I went to all the different military recruiters to ask about. And then oddly enough, the Air Force recruiter, he was a firefighter in the Air Force. And he's like, well, if you want to do that, that's cool, but here's this. This is called this, and it is a part of the Special Operations Command, and you get to jump out of planes and fly in helicopters, and you're a medic, and it's like, yeah, that sounds badass. So, as any other eager teenager, sign me up. What's the hardest thing you got? Let's do it. You're on your way of doing so much to save one thing. Ah. Gotcha. Well, you know, life has an interesting way of providing a journey. Something that I heard that was, I don't know, it'll make you think a little bit, I think, is that the position that you're in now is a result of decisions that you have made up until this point. So, I mean, it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing, but there's elements of that is like, wow, that's something. Yeah. There is a funny way of things happen to work out. It'll all come out in the wash. I don't actually say it like that. Wash. But maybe people from Washington, eh, Sean? Do they say it that way? they gotta wash their clothes. He might not be here. You got a great hobby? Yeah. Scroll saw making machine. But yeah, shoot, I'm not a recruiter or anything for the military, but to all those youngins out there, it's a great opportunity. Regardless of how you feel about things, I would say, because there's a little bit of everybody in the military, so there's not there's a little bit of everything, so. Sorry. Let's see. Anyway, I know some people might be chapped about it, some people might be like gung-ho about it. But either way, there's benefits, I would say. Even if you went in for just, the minimum, which I think is 3 years, you can get your college paid for, and you'll have the TA a possibility, and this is obviously planning on success. Like when you get out and you have an honorable discharge and all that stuff. But yeah, I'd say it's actually, until they start putting trades back into schools, high schools, it's probably one of the best things for, people like me, where you just need to go do something that will give you like attention to detail, and it'll give you opportunities to travel, explore experiences, and stuff like that. But I'll also say it's definitely not for everybody. But if you don't know what you want to do, that's much better than sitting on your thumb at home if you have the ability to do things. So. One of my favorite things, I guess one of my favorite excuses about not going to the military that I find super funny is they're like, I don't want to go somewhere where they're just going to tell me what to do all the time. Like, there's people I just like, when you go to work, what are you doing? Like, you drive to work, you're there, what are you doing? You're doing what somebody else has told you to do. So, the other people are like, I don't want to be yelled at. Well, don't do things that will make it so you get yelled at. But I want to do anything I want. Okay? You can. Just know that there's a reaction to every action, right? You can do whatever you want. But there is an outcome of whatever it is. Even if nothing is the decision, it still means that you were in the same spot you were. So, I don't know. I guess in a way, it's like control what it is that you're doing, or have influence on what it is that you're doing, I would say. And then it's also a good way to meet people and network, and like that's one of the reasons I want to go back to Tucson, is because I was stationed there for 4 years, and some of the people that I used to work with, they're still there, and you know, it's a pretty friendly military community, and older people. And then on the summertime and the hot season, the older retired people, they usually leave. I believe they're called snowbirds, where they chase the cooler weather. But they like it because, you know, it's nice and warm on on the colder seasons. It's still nice and warm. Relatively speaking. Warm for winter. Yeah. Well, hey, man. You know, some of the most passionate people, I will say, some of the most... Wait. How did that one go? I watch a lot of entrepreneur stuff, and one of the common themes is people like to invest in the ones that are, you know, passionate about what they're doing. And so, if the illness that you have is like one thing or a variety of things inside that, then it kind of leaves the opportunity for you to, you know, have a cause that other people might be interested in supporting, or gaining more exposure on, or things like that. So some people, when they are personally invested into that, because it is a part of their life as well, those people tend to have much more success long term. So people that are trend chasers, they might be really successful for a little bit, but they're not always doing something that's actually worth doing. Like, making money is the goal for some people, and you know, that's fine. Everybody's got their own thing that they like to do or like to pursue, I would say. But you know, the more you chase money, the less likely you probably are to accumulate massive amounts of it. I don't know. What do I know? Not like I'm super well off either. But, you know, there's other ways to be happy and content. Like, if you had, think about this. If you had all the money in the world, or all the money that you wanted, right? And it was never an issue, like you just walk down the street, you're like, ooh, I'm gonna go get that. Great, go get it. Or you're like, oh, I want a new one of these. Great, go get it. At what point do you think that it's gonna feel like, well, I guess I've had everything, you know? Because it gets to a point where it's not so much about the material stuff as it is about, like, I don't know, fulfillment. But it's also, money can't buy happiness. Well, I mean, it's, you know, a valid thing to say, I would say. However, it does enable a lot of things. So if what makes you happy is seeing other people pursue what it is that they want to do, if you had the money to do that, or to help them get to where they're going, then money does, in a way, buy happiness, right? Because it makes you happy to help someone else get there. And it's not just money, right? It's time or knowledge, because those are things that are, you know, hard earned. Some people work a whole lot to get to where they are, and I think it's a very humbling thing to know, without a doubt, that there is somebody more successful out there at exactly what it is that you're doing. And so thinking about something like that is also kind of wild, because it's like, I haven't even, like, I don't know. Just so many things that I think about that it kind of makes you feel really small, like, in the world, kind of thing. Sure, there'd just be where if you had the money. If you had the money, the U.S. wouldn't be in debt. Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I think that there's a lot of nuances to that type of stuff, and I think it's very interesting to think about something. Okay, I'll put this as a very general thing, so we don't have to be specific about anything. But think about this. If you think something is good, and somebody else does not agree that that something is good, does that make it bad for you? No, right? So what's good for someone is not necessarily good for someone else, which is why there can never really be a normal, standard consensus that exists all the time. It just won't work. Hey, how you doing?
Ariel Valdo. That's a lot of O's. There wouldn't be anyone starving for food and fix the homeless. But see, okay, that's a pretty good example. And what I'm going to say is not really a personal belief or anything like that. It is mostly an observation, right? So that's where I'm coming from here. And I think if you were to, solve all the problems, you would be taking away some jobs. Now, it's kind of crazy because some of those jobs don't really need to be there. Well, as far as we know, right? But at the end of the day, do we really know everything about what it is that's happening? And I don't know. Everybody ends up with their own conclusions of things, but I think it's a general rule that's pretty simple to follow, and I think everybody can be on board, is just be nice to the person that that you're talking to. It's not hard. And so all that, man, just to say that what's good for one is not always good for the other. And good is also a relative term. Like, just like, something that's universally relatable, I would say, is an income of sorts. If you think a certain amount of income is good, and somebody else has an idea of a different income being good, which one is good? Are they both good? Are they both bad? You know what I mean? It's a very, I guess, kind of a distant sort of thing, but if somebody is good with living off of $35,000 or $45,000 a year, and somebody else is good living with, $1 million a year, where's the problem? In some ways, that's kind of what I wonder. Is like, what's the problem? If you're happy, but they had to be to that point in order to be happy, well, isn't that fine? Because you're already happy where you are. So I don't know. I don't think you're ever going to fix the homeless, because I've thought about this extensively, and I've thought about this from my military perspective. So that's what I'm going off of. My military perspective is that there are a lot of programs that are available to people that people don't use, right? And sometimes it's because they don't know they exist, and sometimes it's because they don't want to do the prerequisites in order to benefit from whatever system that is. And it's kind of like, well, you know the criteria for it, so what are you going to do? What can you do? You can't, it's the whole, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the horse drink. It's like that. I mean, the same thing could apply to just about anything. I can tell you how to do what it is that I'm doing, but that doesn't mean that you'll just know how to do it after I explain it. It takes a little bit more than that. Because it takes some, the whole input-output thing too, as far as what you put in is what you get out, which, isn't necessarily
one that I live my life by any means, but I do think that there's merit to the statement. It's like, if you put in the effort, then it will eventually start showing. Yeah, you wear your heart on your sleeve. I hear you, man. I'm very, let's see, I'm very like independent, kind of, yeah. I'm pretty slow to come to conclusions. We'll say that. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome to Maverick Wood Shop. We were just talking about, you know, some trade school stuff, and then the funds. But I don't know. I think there's a trade-off no matter what. And here's another way of thinking that might ruffle a feather or two, is imagine if everybody's right. Imagine that. If everybody's right all at the same time. Like you have something that you want to change or fix or whatever, and you're like, yeah, you're right, that needs to be done. And then, you know, the same but opposite is also there. And it's like, yeah, you're right, that should be done. And so it's kind of like a snake that eats its own tail, where it's just a loop, a constant loop of, yes, that's right. This is the best way. Yeah, you're right. It is the best way for you. Or, I don't know. Kind of a weird thing to think about. You know, that's actually kind of something that I had to kind of work through as well. Because everybody's got their personal self, but then other people have like their public self and their the around friends self, and there's like different versions of the same person, and that's not unusual. Like I was even thinking about it yesterday. Did it make a difference my dad being on the screen? Like, would you think that my behavior would be different with my dad being on the screen or in the shot with me, or would you think I would just be the same? Or it's interesting. It's why you can agree with one thing, you can also disagree with it at the same time, and then it just boils down to a pro and con, and then you start getting to that argument of, well, which way's the best? It's always about the best. Why don't we just make effort towards getting it done? You know, whatever it is. It's kind of like what I was telling my dad when I was teaching him how to make pens. I'm like, well, he's actually a great student, but it could have gone a different way, we'll say, where he's always wondering, why are we doing this? It's like, it's like the Karate Kid. Just wax on, wax off, dude. Paint the fence. Don't ask me why, just do it. There's a reason, just trust me. But in the whole social media world, then you got people that are like, well, I followed this person for a long time and it got me nowhere. Or I followed this person and man, they brought me like to levels I wouldn't ever expected. Hey, how you doing, Bogdan? Bogdan, how you doing? But yeah, man, I don't usually play those reindeer games back and forth. It's just not good. Not good. It cultivates a lot of displeasure. And that's not the good place to be. You know what else is pretty funny? Watching this documentary about AI and how the internet is currently like working and doing all of its stuff. A lot of people basically search the internet for confirmation bias stuff, and it's funny because AI knows what you want to find, and so it will do that for you. It'll find what it is that you want to be found. So it's weird, really weird. So in some ways, it's actually getting harder to find things that are not biased. Because even the search engine is profiling you and telling you what you want to hear and see. So, and this is not tinfoil hat stuff. I know everybody's had that time of, they've talked about something recently and then all of a sudden they see it on their phone. They're like, whoa, it's like my phone knew. Yeah, it is like your phone knew. Hey, Aaron! You probably never heard that one before. Hey, Aaron, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I'm John, your host, taking a little hydration break with Red Bull. But yeah, man, that's some dangerous territory. I'm just a humble pen maker. That streams. Can you be humble and stream? Oh, Lord. These types of things keep me up at night. Can I stream and also be humble? Is that a thing? I will say my streaming career has been very short, but I do think that Bob Ross is kind of like my streaming role model in some cases. When I'm doing like my demos of stuff, Bob Ross is like a role model of mine. And I'm like, oh, look at those happy little trees. I think we're just going to put a couple other little clouds right here. Happy little clouds. Look at that. And let's tuck a little bush right there. You gotta keep that one secret. Don't tell anybody about that little bush that we tucked about. I'm gonna keep it safe. You know what I mean? It's funny. It's funny, but it's also, he was incredibly talented. And what you may or may not have known about Bob Ross actually is that there were usually a dozen copies of the same painting that he does on the show, because he practices it before he goes on and demonstrates it. So might not be able to find an original that he did like on the TV, but you can most likely find, well, more likely find, we'll say, those other paintings. So if you didn't know, now you do. He's practiced that very painting multiple times. What a good turnout. Thank you all so much for being here. Y'all are awesome. Appreciate y'all being here. If you are new here, what I do is I turn pins. Right now I am making diamond painting pins, handles, right? They're craft handles. And this is what we do. We've got a few more to go after. Got a few to go. But, yeah. And my passion project, which is also, I guess, my side hustle? I guess it's my side hustle. Yeah. Is fountain pen making and, you know, accumulating. I like different types of fountain pens. And I like making them. So, if that's something that you're interested in, go ahead and you know, give me a like or a follow, or both, so anything. Or if you want to come back and make fun of me, and that's all right too. Because one of the dumbest things that I ever did, here you go, my turning had a very rough start. And one of my first mistakes was as soon as I unboxed this lathe, I opened it up and started putting it together. And then I was taking the faceplate off of the lead screw there, or not the lead screw, sorry, that's a metal lathe thing, off the spindle threads. Yeah, I didn't take off both grub screws, and so it chewed it up. I'd show you, but I don't want to move the camera. But there it is. I messed up the threads. But it still holds the faceplate, I mean the jaws in it, well, the faceplate for that as well. But I never use the faceplate, so it doesn't really matter for me about the faceplate. But yep, as soon as I'd got it, that was the first thing I did, is shoot up those threads. So me and turning had a rough start. And if you don't know what a grub screw is, it is basically a set screw that holds the chuck, well, in this case, the plate, holds the plate onto the threads. It kind of gives it a little, what's the word? It gives it like a little bite into the threads. But, you know, me being a dummy, I got them all chewed up. All right, let's see, that one or that one. There we go. I'll show you. I got it. Here you go. This is what it was. So there is a grub screw, and then there is another grub screw. And so when you go, you put it on, and then you tighten the grub. Oh, you can't really see it. But you screw it on to this here, not the pointy thing, which is a dead center. But you take it, you put it on, and then you use the grub screws, and it'll hold it on the back end here. So whatever bowl or whatever you're turning on this plate won't back off of the lathe. So it's kind of a safety feature that, well, that I goobered up and messed up my threads on it. So now you know. Don't make my mistake. Or the same mistake I did. Man, first day, dude. And I was so excited. I had like a whole gear list that I had Abby order. I got pictures of it. But yeah, there was like $1,500 worth of Amazon stuff that we ordered over the time that I was abroad. And it stayed in the garage right here in a pile for a while. And then when I got home from the rotation or trip or tour, whatever you want to call it, yeah, I started putting it together and everything. But yep, the workshop started off pretty lean, man, pretty lean. And business was not actually on the radar when we first got the stuff. But most people, when I say that I used to spend 15 to 18 hours a day out here turning, I always feel like I'm getting a look that they're like, yeah, right, you're exaggerating. But no, like I said, I think it's a superpower to be able to hyper-focus on something. And this happened to be one of the things that I was able to, latch onto and then stay with it for a long time. And so, as Mr. Alex Hormozy likes to say, if you get good at doing things that seem tedious, there's a good chance that you're onto something. That's not what he really said. What did he say? Oh, that's what it was. Alex Hormozy would say something to the effect of, if you do something a certain amount of times, it'll be, what was it? Crap. It will be unrealistic for you to think that you're not good at it, or it will be unrealistic to not be good at it at a certain point. I don't know, something like that. My bad, Alex. My bad. He'll never see it, but he'll never see that. Ooh. Man, we are cruising right along. All y'all keeping me on task, thank you. All kinds of patient spectators not wanting to interrupt the process. But it's all right if you do. I'm happy to talk to you. Yeah. Hey. Hey, Yogesh, how you doing? Hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, man, this has been a great stream too. Look at that. See, when you use a sharper carbide, you can end up with a much nicer surface. But on the other hand, if it's too sharp, it'll start catching. At least the way that I turn, it'll catch and it'll chip it. So that's why, again, I like a little bit duller tools. So. Is everybody watching from work? Where's everybody watching from? And then are y'all a turner? Oh man. Man, I wish y'all could listen to my Spotify with me. Sing along. Start with some Kenny Loggins. This is a full bumper. Start with some Kenny Loggins, a little Danger Zone. But can't really do much with the copyright stuff. Artists need their credit, you know. But now it's actually Sticks. That's who it is. Sticks. Well, renegade action. Well. Well. This one? Hey, thank you, Lawrence. Greeting all the folks. All right, Lawrence, you're promoted.
Congratulations, General. You have been promoted.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I am John, the turner of the operation here. And then Abby, my wife, is the blank maker slash sander slash everything else other than this. When do you get? Oh man, I thought we were beyond money. When you get the general pay. Well, I mean, isn't it about the recognition more than the money? Didn't you want the pizza party instead of the bonus? Has anybody ever experienced something like that? I've heard of it, but I haven't experienced it. Where like the company boss man or boss woman, I don't care one way or the other, is like, all right, go team. Way to go, everybody. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to celebrate with a pizza party. Good job. Let's wrap this year up with a great pizza party and a half day of work. I'm like, whoa. Thank you. Oh, I know, man. I'm content. Hey, man, that's all we can ask for, right? I'm not going for ecstatic. I'm not going for, like, crazy happy. Just good enough. They also aim to exceed your expectations. Yeah. To anybody that's happened to, that's unfortunate. And it was probably not something that you actually realized was happening either. Because it's one of those things that'll happen, but you don't realize it at the time, I guess. And you're like, wait a second. I could have had like $1,000 bonus or something. Or a whatever. A big old bonus. But nope, we got a pizza party instead. Kind of like Michael Scott from The Office. When he realizes that the branch, if they have a surplus, like a half of it or something goes to the boss of the place or the manager or whatever. It's pretty funny. And then the other avenue, at least in that episode, was they could have gotten chairs, could have gotten a copy machine, a copier. I think those were the other options. It's been a little while, but really amusing nonetheless. You know what else was pretty good? It was Space Force. That was a pretty funny show. But maybe I just like Steve Carell. Pizza party is good? Right on. Well, maybe... maybe I'll send pizza there sometime. I don't know. Wouldn't that be funny? It'd be kind of weird. Like, you didn't order pizza or anything, but it just shows up at your door. And somebody's like, have a nice pizza party. You're like, what? Where'd this come from? Alright, be honest. Would you rather get pizza or flowers in the mail? I'm going to say the majority of people, which I believe to be dudes here, I'm going to go with, you're probably going to take the pizza over the flowers. But sometimes flowers show up at the office. You're like, what in the heck? Where'd that come from?
Yep, I'm for the pizza too. Unless that bonus is a good option, then yeah. Oh, this is a good one. If you needed a tip for today, it would be don't squat with your spurs on. So, more relevant for like ranch hands and stuff like that, but you know, don't squat with your spurs on. They'll stab you in the butt. There you go. Don't say I never gave you nothing now. I don't know if I need to or not. I don't want to be insulting, but spurs are those little things that go on cowboy boots that they used to kick the horse with in order to make it giddy up. So, there. Now everybody can enjoy. You may have noticed that we switched over to minis now. Or maybe my sleight of hand. Or my posterior in the other camera has been distracting and you didn't notice the switch over. And if you're wondering what posterior is, the anterior is your front side.
So the posterior is the reciprocal, or the opposite.
Oh. So there was a really smart guy that I used to work with. People didn't like some of the traits, but it is what it is. I guess me being one of those people, I didn't particularly like it, but I appreciated it for what it was. But he threw out this zinger, man. I was like, my God, that is like, what an immediate insult. And I have never heard it before, but it was, he was trying to, he was explaining something, and he's like, okay, I don't mean to sound condescending, which means talk down to you, but I'm going to use this in like elementary terms. Oh man, talk about like an immediate insult. Because that in and of itself was, you know, condescending. It's just like, oh man. What a quick zinger right there. Man, that dude was so smart though. And it's not just that he was smart, he was witty and quick. It was impressive. Almost like, have you ever talked to somebody that almost seems like they have had a conversation like that before and they know exactly how to navigate it and what they're gonna say and all that jazz? Well, it's kind of like that. It was impressive. Seriously though, some of the people that you meet in the military is just so cool. All different kinds of backgrounds and stuff. So I mean, when it comes to like diversity and stuff like that, You get a pretty wide range of people from all over the states. And sorry, I kind of stayed on the military topic a while, but man. Sometimes well, never mind.
Sorry, I got a little bit of a runny nose. The allergies, man.
Yes, indeed. Everybody, stay safe. Make wise choices. Have fun. Golden rule, man.
Golden rule.
Treat others how you want to be treated. That's it. Although I don't know if I'd like to be treated like I treat other people. I don't know. You know, here's another interesting thought exercise, if that's what you're into. If someone that you knew really, or someone that knew you really well, if they were to describe you in one word, what would they say? Huh? And I mean, you ain't got to answer, obviously, but it's just something to think about. You know, would it be a positive or would it be a negative, or do you have any idea? And if you don't have any idea, well, shoot. I guess you can do what I did. And then ask people, what do you think of me? What's one word that comes to mind when you see me? Or when you hear me? Or talk to me? Always an interesting thing.
And it doesn't necessarily need to be like a compliment. It doesn't need to be like
It doesn't really need to be a...
how do you say, it doesn't need to be a high-fiving each other all the time.
Or I mean, you can even take it a different direction and think about someone that's around you that you think about often. What's one word that explains that person?
And then, do you think that that's what they want to be? Because it's probably, if I had to imagine, I wouldn't think that it's very common for people to think about how others see them.
Well, they might think about it, but they probably don't actually know. For example, like,
I don't know. I don't know how other people really think about me. But, you know,
with enough people here, I'd say that I'm doing something.
that's at least worth looking at or listening to or
Something like that. Which is pretty cool. I will take a little break after this one here and let Abby come over and show you some of the finished ones. She is all right with that. I'll ask her here in a moment, but we'll see. So if you would like to see some of the Eclipse pins finished up,
stay for a little bit longer here. And whether she comes on or not,
you'll get to see them.
and I'll need to go grab some water. Gotta hydrate.
Yeah. Aw. Hey, come here. You want to be here? Will you turn that off? All right, don't go anywhere. Hang on. I'm going to get her over here now. Will you turn that off? Yeah. Morty. Morty's the dust collection. So. Hey, Sid, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Hey. What up? What?
My hair.
Your hair? Well, you're in a workshop, so let me move this and this. Let me get you set up a little bit here.
Oh.
Pardon me. Being all up in your grill over there. There we go. No, I'm all up in their grill. Oh. There we go. All right, let's see what that looks like. Sit. I gotta see what you look like there.
Crazy.
You do. You look crazy. All right, I'm gonna tilt it down just a little bit.
Hello, hello. I feel like it needs to go over like the. Fine, whatever. It's fine.
Well, I'm not gonna unmount it
No,
from the.
I suppose not.
Okay.
He moved the camera back to where I like it, sort of. It used to be centered, and then it was all the way over there. This is better. It's an improvement. My hair is a disaster from being. Can I not see it over there? No.
Well, it's right there too.
From being in this incredibly
William!
hot.
Hello, William.
Our workshop's hot. It's hot today. I think there was a lady at the postal annex thing today that was like, it's gonna be 100 and something whatever heat index. So it's like I think 90 and like a lot of
There you go.
humidity. 87 and about 60% humidity, and that's in the garage, and that's with the AC thing like pumping, like pulling some of the humidity out of the air. So it's hot. Hi, Lauren. Yeah, I've been sanding. John, will you hand me my bucket of finished ones? Wednesday is my come and sand until I can't stand up anymore day, as is Thursday usually. So yeah, John's been turning, and I have been over on the other side of this camera sanding on my lathe, and they have turned out really pretty. I'm gonna put it over to the his lathe camera so I can show you guys up close. Right, where are we? How was this? Let's try this. There we go. So these are called Eclipse. They're the third in like kind of a series that I've done with these, with the color shift and these particular color shift like chunky glitters. And this end has the other color shifts. So it's kind of hard in this light to get all of the little details, but I think they're turning out very pretty. I'm happy with them. Black always likes to give me a little bit of a problem in sanding. It is just pickier with like the pressure and stuff that you use. Oh my gosh, it's so hot in here. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day and have enjoyed watching John turn all of these. I'll be honest, I have not been listening, but I have been watching the comments a little bit. But yeah, it's a day, man. We're still kind of getting back into our normal schedule, normal routine after being out of town for a week. And that always throws me off so much. So we, because we did 2 weeks worth of our like typical drops for our diamond painting pens, which is what, you know, these are. I had like 120 orders to pack when I got back, and it took me 2 full days of packaging. But yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, because I don't know what John talked about so far this stream, I'm Abby. I'm his wife of 14 years now. We have been turning now for 5 years full time. Bob's size here. I don't know what that means, but hi. Anyways, so yeah, we've been doing this for 5 years, and I do all of our blank making, and John does all the turning, as you've seen, and then I do most of the sanding. John sands. Who's Bob? Sorry, I don't know who Bob is, or what Bob's, or were you talking about other things? Because if not, like if that's the case, then sorry, you're in the wrong place here. This is a good, you know, like family-friendly workshop. Open-minded. My husband's coming back. He's only left me here for a moment. But anyway, yeah, I spend most of my time sanding. I've got my wrist brace on because in the last like month or so, and I think it's because we did a lot of cramming, or at least I did, for getting multiple sets of our pens done in a shorter amount of time. I hurt my wrist. Is it a bot? I have no idea. I'll be honest, I don't watch many lives other than putting John's on. Yes, I'm married.
Who's the bot?
I don't know.
Ooh.
This guy. I can't see you. I gotta come closer. Who's been on here the whole time turning.
I want your Bob size, huh?
I'm gonna go with it. He's missing an O, but
Man.
so this
You
is
rich?
this is a family-friendly workshop stream here.
You do have some Bobs upstairs, though.
The shoes,
Silly shoes.
they're not silly. They were by Skechers and they were fine.
Your Bob, I think they're 9s or 10s or something.
10.5 shoes.
Hey, there you go, 10.5.
I have big feet. Anyway, I have to wear a wrist brace when I'm doing a bunch of pens because, you know, the sanding motion or whatever.
Hit on before I did.
Oh, is that really that odd? It's mostly men that watch you, not women. Or if it is women, it's people who buy diamond painting pens from us and know very well that we are
Still sad.
we're a team.
You're red.
Yeah, I'm hot.
Are you sure you're not blushing?
I don't know. Look, it's only doing it on my face this time. I'm really hot in here.
I hooked it to this one time.
Oh, that might have worked well.
What I said, you can try that.
Man,
I loosen this up and then I tilt this down.
You can take that. I don't know where I put that clamp thing that I was trying to use, but it's so floppy that I would put my phone in it. It would go. Sorry.
Yep.
I was trying to borrow one of John's mini phone holder tripod things so I could get a quick video of sanding and polishing for a real TikTok whatever short thing, and the one he handed me just did not work, so I had to go get my own, and that wasn't a great solution either. I still didn't get the angle that I wanted because really it would look better horizontal, but that's not the way that reels and TikToks like to be. They like to be vertical. So anyways,
This would have been a good view.
yeah, I'll do that next time, I guess.
Dude, that was an epic view.
Epic. I'll try that next time. Maybe tomorrow when I'll be in here sanding more pens. But yeah. We've gotten all the our regular size done. I have like 2 left to sand. And then these are the larges, which are the full-size large blanks. So they're like, see, a good inch longer. And they're thicker. They've got we turn them so there's a thicker grip. And by we, I mean John turns them. I just make the blanks. And them. Thank you. John appreciates my bobs.
Right.
I don't know where to go from here. Somebody asked me questions or something that's not that. That's about what we do, or turning, or pouring blanks, or something, please.
We don't have a workshop after dark yet.
No.
Okay?
No. Here, put this back over there. Thank you. But yeah. You streamed yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I was just trying to remember. I messed up with our week because your dad was here yesterday instead of on a Monday. Because Tuesdays, I'm typically in here in the afternoon doing fountain pens and other cool stuff like that. And that's what's going to happen definitely next week. So John's dad has been coming and helping on a few projects, which is very exciting. And we're going to have to make it so it's a John and his dad Monday stream. But yeah.
Monday and Tuesday, maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Only in the morning on Tuesday if you're going to do that.
Well, that's what we talked about.
Half day would be okay. But
Is
I think it's a place.
Yar.
Yar. Oh.
Might be you.
Yar.
You might be Yar.
I'm not Yar. I'm Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, you've been turning.
I've been turning for about 3 hours.
3 hours? Seems like longer. I guess it's not. We went and had like appointments and John went to breakfast and stuff this morning.
Hey, y'all. What's in the sign back there? I don't know if you can see it.
It's
but
pretty
in red
fuzzy.
it says like.
Like,
And if you like it,
please
let
like
me know. This is actually approaching. This is actually approaching my best stream.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yesterday was
Yesterday
my
was really
best
good.
stream that I've ever had.
I think it's good timing. We'll have to see.
I started at about noon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like that's a good time when people are on and wanting to watch stuff on their phones and things. But yeah, we've both been standing here and doing stuff in our hot workshop for 3+ hours. I already said the 85 and 60% humidity. Like I said, the lady at the annex this morning told me that
if you have one of these, what it's showing, hop over to the other cam right quick. Yeah, that'll work. So if you have one of these monitors, basically what it does is it shows you the temp, humidity, and then this is the volatile organic compounds, the VOC, that is in the air. And then this is air quality index. This is, what does it say? But it's that. And then these are the particles there. So when you see like a particle respirator, different types of respirators, they have a particle filtration. This is PM 2.5. These are, I think it's particle mass, but I'm not positive. So 2.5 and 10 are some of the filters, and then the CO2 is the parts per million.
We typically, when we do wear respirators, we wear the ones that have the VOC filtration too. And we, oh, thanks, Lawrence. Yeah, it's only recently that his dad started to come and help, but he's really great and nice and a very quiet presence. John is not very quiet, so it's kind of nice to have a quiet person around. But yeah, anyways, we have the.
I was trying to find the. It's a 3M. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's got all of the things.
Yeah.
These are the like, I don't know, most intense of the little filter cartridges. Well, no, that for these kind of things. Obviously,
you were going full intense. You'd be wearing full face.
Yeah, so
and have air pumping through.
Yes, this is pretty much all we need. We keep that or bought that to make sure that we weren't out here like causing damage to ourselves. And there's only been a couple times where I saw the particles kick up, and we just put on the things. It's when you're doing weird stuff like wood and
I've seen it kick up for the resin,
the glitter
curing. No, the resin curing.
Oh, you mean like when
the
it's in the pot?
VOCs will pop up.
That's interesting.
When the chemical reaction's happening and then it's off gassing.
Like when I'm pouring?
Yeah. When the resin's doing its chemical reaction.
I thought we've like watched that before. Anyways, you should wear probably a respirator, and we probably don't wear them enough, but they're hot. And
well, next time you make blanks, maybe we'll
turn on the thing.
We'll do the thingy, and then we'll record it. That way we'll be able to share our findings.
But yeah, we
if that interests you, Miss Swan.
I don't know, maybe. What was I gonna say? I have noticed not many VOCs when I've looked at it when I've poured stuff, with the exception of during the winter when I use a heat gun to heat the resin up, because it is stored in our workshop here that is not climate controlled. So when it gets really cold in the winter, you gotta warm that stuff up before it starts doing its whole reaction thing, and that does like throw off VOCs. But
it'll affect its curing, by the way. That's why.
Yes. What do you mean?
The reason you heat up the resin in the first place.
It's so that it'll start the reaction, because it won't until it's at a certain temperature. It's like really, really slow.
It needs to get up to a certain temperature and hold at that temperature for a certain amount of time. But if there's not enough chemical reaction to happen, then it won't actually heat up enough to maintain that heat cure on the inside, which is why it takes a little longer for it to set, which is why when we heat it up and hold it there, it finishes curing.
Yeah, but we don't. Oh, you mean for like post curing?
I mean both.
Well, that's fine. We do that anyways. Some people heat their molds before they pour. I do not do that. I haven't had any issues. Even during the winter, we don't really have issues getting blanks to cure. They just take a little longer. recommended temperature for like storing and using illuminate is like 70 degrees.
It's room temperature.
But you know, it gets hot in here during the summer, it's cold in winter. I pull blanks all year. So one day we will have a climate controlled workshop, hopefully. And then I can just, you know, not have those issues. But it's not that big of a deal. It's a great product. And it's all we've tried a few other things, but it's what we work with. We've gone through a lot of gallons of Alumilite over the years, specifically Alumilite Clear Slow. I was answering a question on Amazon because I bought the Alumilite HydroCast kit to make some trinket trays for my sister and my mom for their birthday, and someone had typed in there and were like, is this good for casting blanks and turning? I'm like, oh, no, I would not do that. No. Because it's like a plastery stuff. But yeah, Clear Slow. I have also poured with clear. It's just that you have to move a lot faster. So we don't buy that on purpose. We accidentally got a big jug of that, and it's totally our fault for not like taking inventory and taking all the jugs out of the boxes, because like they're the big, are they 8 gallons? I think it's
80 pounds. So a gallon is like 12
no,
pounds.
you're right. So it's like 5, isn't it? 4 or 5 gallons, something like that. It's so
Yeah.
together.
I don't know how.
Maybe
heavy
that's what it
resin
was.
is.
I feel like it's, I don't know, whatever. It's the big jugs, the bulk ones that I think it's the biggest.
I think they're the 5-gallon jugs.
I don't think, maybe, I don't know, whatever. It's the big ones. It's the only ones that the biggest ones that they carry that I know of.
Only we had some to look at.
Are you gonna pick it up and bring it over here?
It's 40 pounds per jug.
Yes, it's an 80-pound kit, so per A and per B, but I don't remember how many gallons. I've looked.
That's 5.
In each?
Yeah.
5-gallon jugs. They're big and heavy. And we took advantage of the sale one time and bought a ton.
Oh, 20 liters.
That's not helpful to me. 20 liters. It is liquid, but you know. That is unrelated to everything. But yeah. Awesome product. Blanks are cool.
Hashtag not sponsored.
No, not sponsored.
Could be.
Could be. I probably could apply to their affiliate program and probably should.
All right, it is 5 1/4. 20 liters is 5.28 gallons.
Okay. So it's like 10.5 gallons for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. 10.5 gallons of Alumilite per set that we purchase.
Yep.
I like your new pants.
Thank you. Stella likes them.
Oh,
as well.
and your new shirt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wore this other one yesterday, so I was waiting for somebody to be like, "We're the same shirt," but I'm not, because it's
No,
the
it
same,
is the same color and the front looks the same, but it's
It's
got,
like the exact same, but a different.
yeah. Well, they're your
different color.
favorite. And they've got a pocket.
That pocket for my
My
lapel mic.
Yeah. Because it's too close up here on your neck. And the hat, I feel like that's what made it not sound as good for some of the streams, maybe.
Maybe.
Anyways,
I don't know.
are you done? Are you ready to be done? You're gonna turn some
No,
more?
I'm gonna get these done, all of them.
You don't want dinner
No,
at all?
no.
Well, I'm cooking dinner anyways,
What are
so
you cooking?
I am making stir fry beef and noodles.
I don't want that.
I have so much meat though.
I'm not hungry. Went to Cracker Barrel this morning.
And you feasted.
Well, eggs, pancakes, and bacon. So yeah, I feasted.
Maybe I'll make it tomorrow though, then, and see if the kids are cool with leftovers and stuff. Because I'm gonna go do that here shortly. My back hurts and I don't want to stand anymore.
Oh, since I got you here, I'm thinking about this one. Examine that and tell me what you see specifically on the cat.
A bubble.
Or 2.
Is there 2 bubbles? That's a pretty big one. I can fill it, but you'll be able to see it.
I could remake it.
I would remake it. Oh, the section looks good though.
You would? You would remake it?
I think you should remake it.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Well, I'm not.
That's different.
I made the blanks. I did my part, and then I'll do the finishing. Man, these are older blanks too.
Yeah.
That one's probably okay. That
Well,
one's
that was the same as the other one, pretty much.
no. This one's a lot bigger. Oh no, there's like a bunch of them on this one.
Then that's
There's 2 on this one, and there's 1 big one on that one. So you should probably make 2 new caps.
no cap.
2 caps.
No cap.
2 caps.
No cap though. You capping? No capping.
I don't even know what that means. What was that? What does that mean again? Is that lie?
I think it's live.
We have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, and our 12-year-old likes to teach us things like that or explain. What are you doing?
I'm spritzing it out.
I'm telling you that you'll be able to see it even if I fill it.
I'm spritzing it.
Hi, Megan. Megan. Nice to meet you.
Ooh, Megan.
No, with
There's
an
no-
A.
There's another Megan coming out that reminded me.
Oh,
The new one.
Megan too? Yeah. I don't think that comes out till the end of the year.
What? Hey,
Those are interesting green emoji things.
what? What?
Green emoji things. I don't know. Our daughter saying things like that to us, or us learning like some of the new slang, is so weird because it's so, some of the meanings of these things are like complete opposite of what those words meant.
Sigma?
Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense. Sigma makes no sense
I don't understand Sigma.
because it should be alpha if that's what you're really talking about, of being all like whatever. Makes no sense to me. Here you go.
Is that
I can try to fill these. If you want me,
Megan or
I don't know.
Megan?
Ask 59 Yeah, right, Lawrence. Tell him to thumbs up.
Oh man, I gotta say, I really am grateful for all of these people here, man. So grateful. I'm gonna go turn the compressor off.
Well, close the pot too, then.
So it doesn't hurt anybody's ears.
I wonder if they can even hear it.
Yeah,
You can.
I don't know.
Oh, I poured blanks a little bit ago, and it was very close to getting them into the pot temperature-wise because of how hot it is in here. So we'll see tomorrow when we take them out. What?
What are people talking to you about? I don't know. What they're
I'm
doing.
sorry, I only speak English. I took Latin in high school, but that's not super helpful. Attention. I said hi. Hello. Nice to see you. John's going to use Translate on his phone. But yeah.
Ah, you say, I'm good, how are you? That is a greeting.
Oh, I said hi.
Well, I'm just saying. Is that French?
Oh, there's more.
Nope.
I don't think so.
No goodness.
That's a slow typer too. It's gonna take a while.
Well, it's not even that. Like, you can't spell it out because you can't even say the words. I can't say the words.
No, but you can type it into
Yeah.
your Translate.
But usually when you're typing, you're thinking of the word as you're typing it, right?
No, I just look
this,
at it.
you have to
and
look at this
yes.
and see. Whatever. Whatever. I'm not going to do it.
I'm sorry, we only speak English. Hello.
What is your name?
My name is Abby. This is John.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
It is nice to meet you.
We're taking a quick break here before John gets back to turning and I go make dinner for me and the kids, apparently, because John's not hungry. And yeah, I'm done for the day. I don't want to do anymore. Tired of standing.
You know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
When
When it becomes apparent.
it's a bad one. National. We are from the U.S. We're in North Carolina. We're also from North Carolina, but have not always lived here. So, where are you from? Because we don't know.
Well, if I had to guess, it'd be a French-speaking place.
Is that French?
Oh, that's what popped up.
Bet if you type in that whole other thing, that's not.
Maybe you could type in the whole other thing.
Fine. Where's my...
Ooh-wee.
Where's that? Isn't there like a Google Translate? Get that.
Yeah. If you know what you're saying.
For text. What do you mean? Ooh, that's... Whoa. I am great. Speaking from the heart, from the area. It's just hello.
That is so crazy.
Yeah, I know it is. But what? Can it tell me what language it is? Huh. But yeah, isn't that interesting?
That is
There we go.
no way.
Magic. Google app.
That's crazy, man.
It's nice to meet you. Wherever you're from.
Okay.
Does it do it all the time?
No.
Oh.
But hopefully it fixed itself.
You gonna watch The Nun tonight?
Yeah.
It's like the third night trying to watch it. Okay, earlier. So when you're done, after we eat, I guess.
All right. Well, I got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. We've got about 3 hours left,
We could do it. 7:30.
I think.
Any later than that, it's too late. I want to try again another day.
But I am going to go actually pound some more water right quick.
Okay. Well, now
Figure out what we can give away.
blanks, a forever pencil,
Yeah.
but they have to be U.S. only. So should be, unless someone wants to pay shipping. It's like $20 to ship anywhere else.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, but you should do that when the most people are there. He'll be back. Yeah. See, I come on here. And now everybody's left. I guess John turning is more entertaining than me sitting here.
Hey,
What?
type in the poll. You want to give away on free?
There are a lot of your people left. There's like no one here anymore.
That's all right. Happens.
Well, then you can come type it in. Nobody likes me. They
Well,
all
you're not doing
left.
anything.
No, I'm just sitting here, which is why. They like you turning more.
Well, I mean, it is a turning channel. So
It is.
or station.
It is.
Station, channel,
And all
channel.
your friends left. They're busy.
Oh no, that's all right. Let's see. Let's do a poll. Create a poll.
Mm. Oh, thanks, Lawrence. I appreciated it. It's true. A lot of people like aren't sitting there at a keyboard as hype.
No, they're probably just kind of got it going on in the background.
Yeah.
So this would be a quick way to do a little.
You gotta put a question mark.
Okay.
You didn't capitalize A.
Lord, does it? All right. We are so official now. I've got my ducks in line.
Why would anybody say no to that though? That's like
Because they don't care.
you just say how many people say yes.
Yeah.
Okay. John did a poll yesterday on if people thought that his stuff would be messier or my stuff would be messier, as far as like people and messes. The answer is me. I'm messier.
Yeah.
Did the poll not happen? If it's interested.
Did it crash? What's going on?
I don't know. It's still working over there. It just doesn't want to do a poll.
Uh-oh. What happened?
I don't know. It's still happening. You should just stop trying to do a poll.
Stop it.
You stop it. No more pole.
Ugh.
Stop. This isn't worth it.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Mm.
Okay, side question to this poll, which is John just asking if people would be
No.
interested in giveaways.
Right. Huh.
The poll,
Ha, ha, ha.
okay, he finally got the poll to pop up. If you are interested in giveaways, I would want to know if whether you're a maker or just someone here that's interested in watching, would you want finished products as a giveaway, like pen, forever pencil, etc., or
Do you want a project or
blanks?
product?
Yeah, or would you like blanks? Because I'd be cool with that. Maverick, Abby, I had to resubscribe to get your channel to watch YouTube kicks me out. That's crazy. I
Oh,
hate
no.
that. I wonder how many other people that happened to. I know that YouTube and a lot of other like
What an outrage.
platforms flag, accounts and remove followers and stuff like that when they think they have been active. But a lot of times I feel like that goes wrong.
Oh, he's too successful. Run him down. Run him down.
So I'm sorry about that. That's annoying. Now, John has been way more frequent slash,
Consistent.
there we go, that's the word I'm looking for. I was going to say reliable.
So reliable.
But consistent with streaming, which is fantastic. And
Yeah, I'm reliable too.
You are,
That's
but
a good one.
that wasn't the word that I was looking for. But yes, you are. So, I don't know, his poll's a little silly considering the answer to that is yeah, why wouldn't you want free stuff? But yeah, we have a multitude of blanks that I'm happy to share. They're like monster emojis. I like them. Very bright colors. You really like watching other makers no matter what turning project?
Oh man,
Nice.
Lawrence.
That's awesome. John is like that too.
You really know how to make somebody feel great.
Yeah. What? John.
Game over.
It's just emojis.
Game over,
Just
man.
emojis.
Game over.
Well, Lawrence, that's what I'm saying, because I know that or at least John gets, a decent chunk of other makers that watch, and then also people that just enjoy watching people make stuff, which is amazing. I guess that would be kind of a by use kind of thing of people would prefer to have like blanks to make in their own stuff, or
Search match. Yeah.
whatever that
I didn't
means.
know you were on the market there, Megan. Megan.
For what?
Well, they searched and we matched. So I guess I'm with Megan now.
You're really weird.
Oh, I'm the weird one here.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Got it.
I better go figure out what I'm gonna eat for dinner now.
Well, you should eat the food.
Thanks, super helpful.
Yeah, do my part.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna turn on Morty and get back to it.
Okay, I'm getting kicked out. Bye. Hope you enjoy watching John.
You can end the poll.
Actually,
I think I was the only one that participated.
no, Lauren says he clicked yes too. 3 votes.
Hey,
You got
3
three
votes.
yeses.
Was Megan the third?
Maybe. It's silly for him to put that poll up. That was not worth logging back in to do that.
Yes, it was.
Was not.
Right? Now we know how to do it too.
You've done it before. You know how it doesn't work. Okay, bye everybody. I very much enjoyed talking to myself here. Yeah.
Well, Megan was there for you, and somebody was asking you about your bobs.
Yeah.
So
Oh, let me get my app back out. That's not right, so I'll tell you what.
all right. Last time.
Ah! How are you? You are fine. You are fine. How are you? I'm great, thank you. I'm fine.
Isn't that
How are you? Fine. I don't know.
like Yoda there?
Bye, everybody.
Fine, you are. Isn't that weird? Language can be really weird how it translates.
because sometimes there's just not a direct translation to some words. Well, a lot of time there's not direct translation. It's more of a concept or idea that has to be explained, which is really cool. Lawrence said bye. She said bye-bye. All right. Hey, take care, Megan. All righty. Let's pop this bad boy back up. Get back to it. Work ain't done. Shoo. Ain't done yet. Nope. Are we good? We are good. All right. Somebody got a turning question or anything like that? Let me know. Let me know. I'm what I'm here for. That is why I stream. To talk to people, and, just to talk, I guess. But yeah. Nope. Ooh, a little Skid Row. Oh yeah. Yeah, they want to watch The Nun tonight. The Nun 2.
Is anybody into scary movies?
I like scary movies. Yeah. Let's see. But we typically don't watch subtitled movies. So like if it's in a different language, it's hard for Abby to, well, it's hard for me and Abby to read and watch at the same time. But, you know, dubbed is not as bad, but it's not that good either. What shape is this? I've looked at it a couple times. There, that's the shape it is.
The youth gone wild.
Not anymore. More action film. Okay. All right. What about Ballerina? Have you seen it?
The like the continuation of the John Wick series. Dude. So I used to train
Weapons and stuff like that. And Keanu Reeves, man, for his part in shoot,
I just said it. What was it? John Wick. Golly. But yeah, he actually trained to do that, which is pretty awesome. I always admire actors that take their role really seriously like that. And yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
All right, Megan. I can't really do much with you as far as read what you're saying. So, if they are jokes, it's weird. It's weird if they are jokes, but I don't get them, and nobody else probably does either. But you know, yeah, in martial arts, yeah. So, Krav Maga is a pretty known fighting style in the military. Same with Jiu-Jitsu. Because most fights actually end up on the ground. If you didn't know that, now you do. So I've got to ask this too. Are y'all, my loyal viewers, are you interested in seeing production stuff? Because, you know, production is kind of unavoidable in this particular case, whether I'm making pins or fountain pins or kit pins or diamond painting pins or whatever. Production is kind of, well, what it is. So, is there a preference? What you'd like to see more of? Or do you care? You come here to hang out? I'm interested to know that. Because I sometimes think things that I'm doing is like, he's doing that again. But, you know, to me, it's like, I love it. So it doesn't mean, it's not a big deal for me to do this all the time. But, you know, from the other side of the couch, I think, what is it that you'd like to see more of, or should I structure some classes or workshop type of things where, oh man, that's another thing. But moving forward, we might actually start doing something like that. I think a workshop would be pretty cool. Forward at time, right on. That's cool. And all that's on your scroll saw? What kind of wood do you use? And do you remember that kid set thing that, shoot, probably 20 years ago now, there was like a little wood shop setup kind of thing where it's got like a reciprocating saw. It wasn't like a scroll saw, but it was basically, you know, a saw that stuck out like an inch or two, and then it had a little cover on the top, but it would just go up and down, and you were able to cut balsa wood with it, which is super duper thin. It's pretty soft. You can easily break it. But there was that, and then looking back at it, that might have been the first time I ever knew or ever saw a lathe, but I never knew what it was or how to use it or anything. But memory lane, man. Memory lane. Lawrence, man, what would you be interested in? I know you're here for the hanging out and not so much for the goodies or anything, but, you know, it'd be pretty cool to get some goodies, wouldn't it? Coping saw, okay. That's a coping saw? Oh, geez. Then what's this thing? Oh. I thought this was a coping saw. I don't do much saw stuff. I don't know. You know better than I would. I'm no stranger to having certain lanes, man. You know, some things I straight up don't know, and that's okay because it's not something that I need to know, or it's not something that I have found a need to know yet. You like to see one of the pins? Yeah? Right on.
Would you be interested in a fountain pen or a clip pen? And also, would you want to see it made? Because I think that'd be pretty cool if I was to just like, all right, here we go, we're making this, all right, and we're all done, here we finished it, boom. All right, here it is in all of its glory. Who's interested in receiving that?
You haven't seen the one I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a kid modified version
Of a different type of saw. Because basically, it's got like, it's almost like a little router table kind of thing. And then the saw, it sticks out like this much. And then up here is the working surface on the back of my hand. And then this is the saw, and it goes up and down. So it's a reciprocating saw. And then it had a safety cover on the top of it. But I used it to cut out different shapes. You know, to get familiar, I guess, with like bandsaw and stuff like that. But you know, I didn't actually play with it very much. I use my dad's bandsaw more often than I use that thing. And I'd make all kinds of different things actually with a bandsaw. I used to make gifts for girlfriends and stuff.
I made jewelry boxes for my lady friends. And this is in like high school that I would do that. So I've always kind of had a little creativity to me.
Dremel has a motor saw that works like a squill saw. Interesting. I have a little kind of a drill press type of thing for my Dremel.
And I've used it a grand total of like one time. So probably not a great purchase for me. What I really wanted to do,
I can actually show you what I used it for, but it's kind of dumb. So this is what I used it for, actually. You can see this is like a Damascus clip, but it was from a knife. Oops, sorry.
it's from a knife, and the reason I got like the little Dremel drill press is because
It was really cheap for what? Like $50, and I already had a Dremel, so
I just needed to buy a couple bits, and so I got the little bits. I think this is like a 2.5 mil. But yeah, I made that, and it's got a Schmidt SK88 mechanism on the back end, and then on the other side, I used a piece of brass, and made this piece. This is like the only metal pin that I've ever made, but it's got a little part that unscrews there, and I didn't actually finish it all the way. Once I saw the clip on it, I was like, this is not gonna look how I want it to. So I gotta go back to the drawing board for how I'm gonna use these clips, because I've got quite a few of them, and they weren't cheap. So I'm thinking about actually bending the clip, the part where it's bent 180. I'm thinking about bringing that part back out to a 90 degree and then using it as like a blind clip, which means that I would cut into the cap, or kind of drill into the cap actually,
and then use it kind of like a router and rotate it a little bit.
and then that'll create enough space for me to put that through, and then I'll drill a hole on the inside that'll thread into the pin from the inside. So that's a pretty interesting take, if I do say so myself. But blind clips are not. They're not super common to see, actually.
You know, I wasn't trying to make a joke, but it's funny that it turned into one. Blind clips, you can't see them. Never mind.
Never mind, I'm just over here cracking myself up. Hey, Eduardo, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Good to see you.
Are you a turner? Are you just here for the eye candy? Of turning, of course.
Yeah, I guess it would be hard for me to get the material. What kind of material would you want? But yeah, you know, I would say it's pretty important to determine what it is that you want to do something for, and what is your why?
Oh man. Air guitar. Ah, some veneers, huh?
Whoa. Oh my goodness.
Well, I'm not saying that you necessarily could do this. It might not be the most, it might not be a good thing, but it is a way to get a lot of veneer. And the way you would do that is you would go to like a store and say, hey, I am interested in buying veneer. Do you have any samples?
Now, I heard it applied differently before, but somebody was talking about leather, and you can get a big old thing of leather samples. You know, if you're a business and a serious buyer, and they'll send you a great deal of leather samples, probably assuming that you're going to buy something. But some people could abuse that system, and most likely has. But I would say it falls under the unethical ways. But
It could work, and that would be a way you didn't have to pay for anything.
or if you had a cabinet shop that was nearby, which probably is, then you could get some scraps from them, because they do get rid of a lot of stuff. Live in an area where they don't carry veneer. Well, dang, where do you live?
Well, I guess you ain't got to answer that, but
You live like out in the country? Is that why? Kind of away from stores and stuff like that?
but you can get it delivered. I got a lot of veneer. A lot of the veneer that I've got it's dyed. I had a very different idea for it. But yeah, I got some veneer here, and it's got the green, blue, yellow,
Blackish.
And what's the other one here? I guess it's just white. But yeah, what I was gonna do with that actually is I was gonna glue them all together and then cut them into like 1 by 1 inch squares and then cut them again and then keep repeating that until I have enough for a blank. So that was gonna be, you know, $30 worth of veneer and a lot of time, but yeah.
Do you have a place where you can get some cutoffs? Right on.
Oh, did I tell you about my findings with the true oil? Wasn't it you that was telling me about the true oil? Yeah, I think it was you. But yeah, man, there's a lot of also like I have no idea what that is. Have I ever heard of that word? I'm not sure what that is, my man. But yeah. Oh, I use those for blanks. Right on. All right, Lawrence, I got one for you. Here's a good one. If you didn't have a budget and you were going to make the best thing that you were capable of making right now, and you were going to make the most elaborate piece that you could, how much would it cost for somebody to buy that from you or commission it right now? Ah. It is bad? Oh, you're asking me, is it bad? My findings revealed that some people had just talked about the true oil wearing off, or you have like a wearing spot where it gets handled a lot. And so it just kind of goes with the kind of the territory, really, of wood finishing stuff usually that gets handled a lot. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be, shoot. The true oil in areas that are handled a lot have been reported to fade, as with most any other wood finishes that gets handled a lot. Wow. Whew, we worked through it. Thank you for your patience. But yeah. It's making animals and different things. Who's with you? Nice. But yeah, I'd say that the true oil, you know, it might work just fine. And it would maybe preserve the wood and all that, but yeah, it is still going to wear off like most other wood finishes. So, just something to keep in mind, really. But not that big of a deal if you're counting on that happening, I would say. For example, if I was to make a pen, I would anticipate ink getting on the wood, so I would be very considerate of if I made one that didn't have a CA finish on it or a seal, of sorts to cover the wood to prevent it from absorbing any ink, if I used a fountain pen, that is. Just kind of being mindful of that it can absorb the ink. But on the other hand, other elements is like the oil from your skin, the you know, when it's in your pocket, for example, if you put it in your pocket, yeah, like this pen made out of resin has been in my pocket for a couple years now. You know, the durability test has been taken to the extreme. But yeah, it's got a little Maverick thing on here. It was a finial, right? I usually put these on the top, but I got a ring bender, and so I kind of rounded it to where it would be the right way for this, and then I glued it on after I scuffed up the surface a little bit. But pretty neat. Ah, gotcha. Just got to thinking rifle stocks. Yeah. Oh, shoot. I think some people like really like people really like that, man. Like the used or weathered. There you go, weathered look. But I've actually been making some wooden fountain pens. I actually took a long hiatus, but I was making wooden fountain pens. And I got like 3 different types of wood in before I had to like put it to the side. I was gonna do it like one a week, but man, it really, the summer is a busy time. So it's one of those things that I either need to like let it fizzle out and then maybe reignite that later on, or go for it now. I don't know. I just think it's pretty cool. Mohammed, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, it's been doing multiple batches of these for a little bit now. So time to pump the brakes a little bit. But I mean, isn't busy good? Some people think so. I sometimes think so. So anybody heard the 10,000 hour rule? 10,000 hours of focus study, and then you're a master. Well, there's a lot more conditions, and that was taken very out of context. But other people hear it. You hear that, and you're like, well, when I first heard it, I was like, oh man, how about that? 10,000 hours.
I think I've done it that many times, maybe. But it's 10,000 hours of focused learning, which, you know, kind of goes back to what we talked about yesterday that you reminded me of, Lawrence, is it's 10,000 hours of like focused practice. So you would be pushing yourself to the limits, be like implementing what you've learned, but also pushing it to different limits to find the different parameters that it fits. So I guess a really simple example would be this. Okay, so I know that I've got a beating tool, but when I first got it, I never knew how hard to press. And so you press it really lightly, it's going to take a really long time, and it's going to heat up. But then you press it really hard, you can end up bowing it and breaking it. So, you know, I can explain that you give it, you know, good positive pressure, but that really doesn't amount to much of a, understandable amount of pressure. So finding the parameters of different things is also fun. But, you know, that took like 10 seconds, and that was a lesson learned kind of thing. You know what I mean? So now I know I need to press that hard. But if I was to just say, then you press it in. Oh, see? And you'll go until you get the shape you want, or until you get too deep to where you need to come back out. So it's kind of, I could show you the motions, but you still have to do it. If you want me to, I'll be the cheerleader in your corner when you're doing it. Just let me know.
You'd end up passing out?
Nah, you'd be alright. You'd be alright.
Let's see. Want to find more deer antler, huh? I don't. I do not. But I'm glad you do, because now I can send people to you. You know what? I don't make antler pins, but, you know, my friend Lawrence,
Yeah, he does. So, and isn't that what it's really all about? I mean, that's also why I try to mention every time that if you want these bushings that I use for turning diamond painting pins, I bought them from Brian Nikitas from TBC Bushings. And oh my goodness, I was so close when I very first started. I was really close to the actual, I was really close to making the bushing itself.
so this is actually where I started. I used thread finders, and then I made sure that they were smaller, and then I reamed out the threads, and so that was the early ways of doing it, until I realized that somebody actually made them. But like I said, when I first started, I knew enough to be dangerous, and then I just went in the shop and kept doing different things.
We'd like to go work with Futsu.
Oh, is that the Japanese?
That's the Japanese pin maker, isn't it? Isn't his I don't know what it's called. The person that he was training under, didn't he?
Didn't he pass away?
So I'm pretty sure he is a second generation pin maker, but I'm not positive about that. Maybe he just trained into the person. It might not actually be the carry-on legacy type of thing. I don't know. Would be interesting to know, though.
Your mind just races?
Lemon pepper, I don't know what that means, but as long as it's not an insult like,
Man. I bet with teeth like that, you can eat an apple through a fence.
as long as it's not like that, we're good.
But yeah, I know how to
Wield an Echo Whiskey Tango carbide.
But yeah, man.
There we go. That's good.
Let's see, there's another pin maker. Hey, cool. Let's see. No weld 718. Yeah. That takes some skill. All right. Well, thanks. He meant to say, hey.
Lawrence. Lawrence was saying, hey. But yeah, Lemon, what you up to?
That's I appreciate the compliment. Just happy to be here. But I will go ahead and tell you I've got no skill in welding. Yeah.
Metallurgy, man. Not my thing.
Although I appreciate it. It's really cool. Just not my thing.
I don't like this. What do I need to do? What is going on here? Yes.
My goodness gracious. Whoa, man. We'll take a moment and appreciate all the people that are here and all those people that have liked it. Liked the stream, that is. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. It's where I turn pins and ramble about stuff. So, welcome to Maverick Workshop, where that's what I do. Hey, thanks, man. Sure, I got you. I'll teach you everything you need to know about welding. Just as soon as I learn about it. Woo! Yeah. I don't have a good rebuttal because I don't know the direction that that's actually going. But maybe if I was more welderly inclined, maybe I could do something with that. Or am I going to need to go to like ChatGPT and be like, hey, ChatGPT, explain this to me as if I was 5. But it kind of reminds me also about that joke that Rodney Dangerfield had from Caddyshack. It's probably got nothing to do with it, but you know, he was like, last time I saw lips like that, they were on a hook. I like that one. It's funny. Do you remember that from that movie? If not, it's still a pretty funny one-liner. Speaking of one-liners, man, here we go. One thing leading to another. But Mitch Hedberg. Have you ever heard of Mitch Hedberg? He was like one of my favorite comedians of one-liners, and one of the funniest ones is like, they're like, here's a picture of me when I was younger, and he looks at the person and he's like, every picture of you is when you were younger. And it's like, well, I didn't think about it like that, but you're so right. It's really amusing. Obviously, his delivery is, you know, more monotone and sarcastic, but all around better. Yeah, it's been a long time for me too. But that's one that I like to put back into the rotation. That every, I guess, every 2 years rotation or so. Oh, something else that's kind of funny is, so in my neighborhood, there's somebody that has an RV in the driveway, and that we know that person's visiting because that RV isn't there all the time. And so my kids are like, oh look, their Uncle Eddie is visiting.
I'm like, oh my goodness, I got the right kids, man. I got the right kids. And if you don't know, Uncle Eddie is from the National Lampoon Vacation movies. YouTube has been your friend for a long time now. Well, hey, I'm glad that YouTube is able to do that for you. It's pretty awesome. YouTube has been pretty awesome to me as well. So I get that. Oh yeah, 2028, huh? Is that really?
Well, let me back up a little bit. One, I don't usually talk about politics because it's not really worth it.
It's not worth it to me to talk about it, really. It becomes more destructive than anything.
But it actually, I watched a YouTube channel. It's called Legal Eagle, and he is a lawyer.
And he was actually talking about how it would potentially be possible for him to actually have.
It won't be legally elected again as far as the way that it works right now.
But it is something that it could happen should the VP and then other people step down. So, weird as that may be,
And also, as interesting of a time as we're living,
I would definitely say that it's super interesting to the extent that laws are interpreted.
because they were looking at the definitions of, what was it? It was elected and something else. There's another word that it was referencing to, but they had to use a dictionary from years ago, like 200 years ago or something, to determine, not 200, yeah, like 200 years ago, to determine what the actual definition of a word was. So, I mean, you say that, it actually could be possible, but he won't, as the way it stands now, it won't be legal for him to be elected. However, he could fall into that position a third time. But it won't be in an elected capacity. Whew! Sorry. But yeah. Anyway. Here's the thing. Successful people learn the rules, and then they play with the rules. And they position themselves in a way that you don't lose, or you have mitigated your risk so much that if you do lose,
it won't be detrimental.
so
That is my thoughts on that.
but yeah, I don't know about that. But Yeah. I am going to go ahead and, Gray, I am going to go ahead and remove it, though, because I don't really want to talk politics. Dead potato. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop, where I make pins on a lathe, and I have been for years. How much would I estimate in profits percentage-wise? Well, what are we talking about? Chris, hey buddy. I saw that pin you were working on, or you finished up rather. Good work. You chilling? Right on, dude. Right on. I'm chilling too. Chilling. Well, trying to. It's hot. It's hot out here. We got the AC right behind me, but let's see. But yeah, man, what would I estimate the profits be percentage-wise? Yeah, you'll have to. I'll need you to specify. Okay. Off of that. So that's kind of a very hard question to answer. But I would say that the profits are in vicinity of. Well, I mean, from what? Is it like from raw material, factoring in work time? It's good. There's a lot of ways to answer that question. And the variety is also... So I guess what we would need to do is start with a baseline of something. If we're going to put $50 on a thing, then if we factor in material costs and then other things as well, so you just say shop cost, it's kind of encompassing of a lot of stuff. I think it works out to like material cost. It ends up being probably around $1 to $2 a blank material cost. And then I don't really value my time. I'm just kidding. I spend a lot of my time doing, well, making diamond painting pins, but there are also all kinds of artistic or art handles that you can make, and they don't necessarily need to be art handles, but profit. Shoot, man, that's a good question. I might have to get back to you on that one after I think about it a little bit more. But I would say that they are good. But yeah, the blanks, if you're making blanks by yourself, that's a way to not have to spend money, as much money, if you're good at it, right? Because it won't just work. You can't just buy the resin and mica powder and then expect to be a good caster. It doesn't work that way. So you got to put the reps in and the experience and stuff. So, hard one to answer. But if because I mean, if you think about the first pen that you ever make, it costed me $1,500 to make my first pen. And that's just money-wise. That's not factoring in time. But everybody's first pen is the one that costs the most, because if you look at it from a viewpoint of production and then monetary compensation for it, I'd say that I have way more time than money put into this. 1,500. Yeah, well, see, that's it's kind of misleading, I'll say. It is a little misleading, and it's kind of like a running joke among other turners and pin makers, because it's 1,500 because the lathe, the lathe is like $1,000, and the other things that you would need in order to make it, you know, is another like $500. But then you must accumulate the knowledge in order to use the tools to make it. So, you know, that's a factor that's like not really, I wouldn't say it's like calculable or something. It's kind of, I don't know. The first fountain pen that I made, it took me like 15 hours accumulatively over, you know, a few days of work. But now, I can make them much faster. And it's not that I'm going faster, it's just that I'm efficient and I know what I'm doing next. So, those pins, my fountain pins, they range from, I think, 200 to 400. So, yeah. And if you've watched any of my videos of making a fountain pen, you'll see all the equipment and stuff that goes into it. But yeah, I'm halfway through another series of how I make a bespoke pen, because one of my videos that's got a huge amount of views for my channel, right? It's got a huge amount of views, and some people are annoyed that I didn't actually talk. But it's kind of funny. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Antlers, your favorite thing? Right. You must not have senses. A sense of smell or something. Not able to turn. Yeah. You'll say you're jealous of the knowledge I built up. Oh man. You know, this is, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'll say that it was a lot of trial and error. So that's what I did. I did a lot of trial and error stuff. And then once I figured out something that was, you know, repeatable and we could reduce enough, then it was something that we knew that we could turn into a business too. And so we've actually been turning. My wife, Abby, doesn't turn. My wife, she makes the blanks and she sands and polishes them. But we've been turning since 2019, actually. Yeah. So I've learned a lot of things about what not to do. But if you were interested in getting started with turning, the people that I used to watch and look up to, well, it's not that I don't look up to them anymore. Let me clarify that. But the ones that I looked up, was watching a lot of, was RJB Wood Turner, and then Worth the Effort. So you got Bob from RJB, and then Sean from Worth the Effort. Both of those are really good people, and they'll get you going for like basic information and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to steer you away from my channel, right? But they are a good resource, I would say, for that information. And That's actually, you know, where I accumulated enough knowledge to be dangerous. I guess that's just an expression, but yeah, I knew enough to know that I didn't know a lot, but I also knew enough to where I could do something. But yeah. Let's see. Don't listen to haters. Oh, I don't have any haters. And if they do, man, it just fuels me back up. You caught a wood lathe a little cheaper depending on which one. So they go up to 2,000. Harbor Freight was a Bauer. Yeah. Yeah, Bauer. So a buddy of mine that I talk to pretty often, he's got a Bauer lathe, and he said that he really likes it. And you know, I'll be honest, I don't really think that you could go wrong with a lathe nowadays, unless you buy one that doesn't have a variable speed. If it doesn't have a variable speed and a forward and backwards. So that would be, you know, my go, no-go criteria for buying a lathe, actually. But you'll be surprised that they can actually go up to, you know, $15,000, depending on the size that you're getting. And these are just wood lathes, by the way. It's basically this machine with more horsepower, better bearings, a lot of other things, but it essentially does the exact same thing as far as function-wise. Now, because those lathes are a lot heavier too, they're going to be a lot better for turning bigger things. But this is perfect for what I'm doing. And if you're interested, I am using a Jet 1221. And you know, it's been fine. And then also I did have a central machinery lathe that so many people are like, oh, I love my central machinery. Okay, all right, you. Have you had another lathe before? Have you had a higher end lathe that was nicer? Money don't necessarily buy you the best in every case, but... And also, buying the best doesn't make you a good turner either. So I could use one, but I wouldn't like it. And because it's not a variable speed, and I don't change the speed very much, but when I do, I don't want to have to hop over here and flip this up and change the belt. So, let's see. You'd love to learn more about turning, but never had the time? Well, what do you want to know, man? Isn't that a weird question? Well, I don't know what I want to know. That's where I was. That's where I was for a long time. It's like, well, I don't know really what to ask. It's like you got people that have all of this information, but organizing the information is an entirely different thing. In a way to make it understandable to somebody that is starting from, you know, no experience. So I referenced those other two YouTube people, and yeah, I think that they're great for that. You're not going to be the master after learning what they are teaching you, but they're definitely, they have their place, man, and I'm very grateful for them. So, boom. Let's see. But yeah, Dead Potato, if you are interested in turning and yeah, well, just hang out here a little bit. But if you were interested, we could, you know, go off stream type of stuff as well. If you wanted to do like one-on-one or anything like that. So
kind of keep that in the back of your head if you were interested in something like that. Let's see. We don't have a reverse. Oh man. All right, I'll be honest. So for a wood lathe, I wouldn't say it's a no-go. Well, yeah, I guess at this point it'd be a no-go. But if I was starting all over again, I don't think I would care if it had a reverse. The only reason I actually use the reverse is to remove the threads. So after I use a tap, so I'll have a Jacob's chuck here and I'll have a workpiece here that I need to tap. So I'll have it drive forward and then I'll flip it in reverse and then it'll just automatically withdraw. So that is why I use the reverse. And it's so much better than doing this. Oh my gosh. That's why most of my drilling is done on my metal lathe, because it's all the buttons are pretty conveniently located, and I can quickly do that. But you know, you can see that in some of the other things that I've done. But yeah, got a single tube Craftsman. Ooh, dang! Oh lordy. But yeah, okay. I guess this might be a little bit of like a snobby thing for me, because I really do hate the central machinery lathe, because it is so. It's almost like the machine's lying to you. Like, it's not a very good looking color, the green, but if you like that color, that's fine too. But, you know, from afar, it looks good, but it's good from afar, but far from good. But yeah, man, the central machinery, it was so sloppy. Like, the Turncraft Commander that we have, the tailstock is actually quite sloppy too. But it doesn't really matter because all we do is sand on it. And when you're turning between centers and you're sanding, you're not going to have any problems. At least ones that I can think of. But if you do plan on turning and stuff, I would, you know, buy one size up. Maybe. So I was looking at the Jet 1015, for example, or 1018. I don't remember which exactly the size it is, but it's the mini versus the mid-D. So this lathe is a mid-D, which is a mid-sized lathe, and it's a 1221. So this side has 6 inches from this point to the bed. Is what that means. 6 inches from here to here, which means that you can turn something that's 12 inches, about 12 inches large. Now, the other thing that's deceiving, if you are lathe shopping, is the fact that the 21 is actually the distance between centers. So it's from here and then all the way over to the other side, with the lathe still, or the piece is still able to function. Like, you're not removing the tailstock or anything, but yeah, it's deceiving because, you know, this is like 2 or 3 inches total. This is another inch, inch and a half. So immediately you're reduced by 4 inches. So you're at like 17 inches of workspace right off the bat. So, you know, those types of things I didn't think about initially, but looking back, I'm glad that I went the route that I did. So, and my favorite thing to make is pins, so I pretty much will never need a larger lathe. But I'll probably get a higher end one eventually, if I can save up enough pennies. But yeah, I was really close to buying a one-way around the tariff time. Hey, how you doing, Costa Bojo? Boho. How you doing? Welcome to Maverick Workshop. It is I, your host, John. Some people call me Mav. Yeah, some people call me Mav. We'll roll with it. I like it. If you could do it again, you'd like the Rikon? Nice. One of the ones I was looking at was the robust Scout, but it's hard to justify spending almost $5,000 on a wood lathe. But man, it's whoa. So you got that. You got the robust lathe, which is American made. I'm kind of indifferent about whether it's American made or not. About something, right? But the one way that I was looking at was a 1524, which I really like that size. I think that's like a perfect size to do like anything. So a little bit more length on the bed, a little bit more clearance. It's also, I'm pretty sure, got the 1-inch tool post rather than the, what have I got here? 7/8 or something? I don't remember. I'll measure it when I need it again. But yeah, I haven't used a Rikon, but, you know, robust is US, one way is in is in Canada. But yeah, one way is made in Canada, and then your Powermatic is made in well, it used to be made in, I think, Tennessee, but now it's made in Japan, I believe. But those things are, they're like the luxury version. They're like the Ferraris, or well, you actually need to be like on a special invite list for Ferrari, I think. I don't know. Anybody know about Ferrari? But yeah. I just like the tilt away aspect of it. Well, not only tilt away, but it can tilt towards you. So basically, you can take this and then pivot it towards you. If you have the one of the robust lathes, to where you can sit down. So really cool. Let's see. Vicmark is another lathe that is pretty well known, I would say. I think Vicmark is Australian. But from the looks of it, it seems like it is mostly for like bowl turners and plate turners. So I think pin makers kind of get the MIDI, the pin makers, bottle stop, purrs, the pepper mills and stuff like that.
perfect for this size lathe. Power magic. Yeah. Well, it's funny that you say that. I was looking at the Powermatic 2014, and that was a part of one of the lathes that I was looking at when I was unsure that this one was going to go well. And the reason is because they had one in store. But yeah. I don't like the yellow. I got you, man. Yeah, the Powermatic. Hurry up. But I will say, they feel solid. They feel like a solid machine. My Laguna bandsaw. I like Laguna. I actually got it because it was the best bang for the buck at the time, at least, for what I needed. Sorry, this light over here is automatic and it turned off. It won't turn back on. Turn on, you. There we go. Hey, gotta get the other one out. Let's see. But yeah, so I literally bought a bandsaw because I needed to be able to cut something that was 5 inches tall. I had to buy a bigger bandsaw because the clearance that I had on my Win, which is a 9-inch bandsaw, and for the record, I still use it all the time. I don't even bother with my Laguna unless I am like doing some resawing or ripping something that's large. So, no thank you. Also, the blades, man. Phew! The blades I have, or the blade that I have for it, the bandsaw blade, is a Resaw King. And it's got the carbide tipped teeth. And I want to say it's like a 115-inch blade. I think it's 115 inches, but the blade was like, I think 150 bucks. 150 bucks for a bandsaw blade. So I'm kind of picky about what I cut with it. It's meant to be used, John. Yeah, I know. But I'm going to use it for what I want to use it for. Or that I need to use it for, rather. And then I'm going to use my other little one. Like, seriously, looking at them side by side. Here you go. Let me show you. Alrighty. There you go. There's the Laguna, and then there's the Win. So there's the Laguna. And then there's the Win. Womp womp. So, like, it looks like my Laguna would just cut that other one in half. Sorry. You like the tools, but your budget can't handle it. Hey, man, that's why people like to sell stuff a little bit. They'll get their, make some profits from their stuff. But yeah, I'd say that there's a market for anything, man. There's a market for anything. With me being able to stay in business by making diamond painting pins, that should be telling. We over here crushing it. And I am able to express myself via my machines here. And so I'm always appreciative of those that
those that you know, appreciate the work that Abby and I put in, and very grateful for the people there. But, you know, you have a Grizzly 6-inch extension. Right on. Well, I actually,
So the interesting. Whoa! I'm staring at my legs. Don't stare at my legs like that. Get back up here. Hey. All right, there we go. That's where we were.
I actually, so I didn't quite crowdsource the bandsaw, but I sort of did like a mini Kickstarter type of thing, where
I was very specific with what I was going to be making with that. So let me show you an example here. So this here is, you know, like 5 inches, 4.5 inches tall, and it's a cube. So it's 4.5 by 4.5 by 4.5. Obviously this one's cut down to 1 inch.
but I wasn't able to cut it, and so
We had some of these blocks that I wasn't able to cut.
and so I kind of did a put your name on a list for pens that are going to be made out of this, and once I accumulate enough funds in order to get that bandsaw from the pre-sales, then I can make it. So that's how I was able to buy that bandsaw, actually. I think it was like $2,000. And, you know, it's one of those things where I think there's a lot of good people around that want to help you reach what it is that you're going for. So it's kind of like I think I've said it before, but if you think about it, whatever you're buying is telling those people that they like, or that you like, what it is that they're doing. So, and then obviously being here and interacting too is another super valuable element of it. So, you know, a lot of people really like that sense of belonging, and then they also feel like they played a role, which is fantastic. I love it. So some people are like, "Oh yeah, I like that," but there's a lot of ways to support YouTubers, and I don't really consider myself a YouTuber because I'm pretty inconsistent when it comes to videos, but I'll stream a lot. I mean, I like streaming, so it's the post production that I have been quite reluctant to do. So it's a very slow going thing. You made rough cut eagle heads for walking sticks. You're a really good friend to start a GoFundMe page. Man, I was actually blown away at how many projects and what kind of projects got funded. So if you go spend some time on GoFundMe, it's almost like you're not getting shares of that stock, right? You're not getting shares of the stock, but you are, in a way, getting
a part of it, right? You're becoming a part of what it is that you're, you know, contributing towards. You become a part of the foundation that those people were able to build on. And I just think about it like that, which is pretty interesting, in my opinion. But yeah, there's a lot of good people, and a lot of people are always, well, I say that some people are actually really eager to, for example, if you were into, I don't know, graphite pencils, if you were into, I don't know, if you were into graphite, we'll just say graphite tips for pencils, then if you came across a Kickstarter that was like, hey, we're putting a lot of time and energy in here, this is the team that we've got, and this is the innovations that we're working on, and progression that we're also working on, then you'll be like, you'll come across people that are like, you know what, I really think that's a good idea. That's a good thing to continue, or that's a good thing to iterate on. Stuff like that. And I just think that it'll be something that you were able to find over time. But, you know, it's not until sometimes it's not until you're successful that people are actually interested in what it is that you're doing. So it's like, well, how do you be successful? Well, you got to find people that are interested in you. And then you got to find something that they're interested in as well. And then a project that they're willing to, you know, be a part of. And I think of it as being a part of instead of like donating, right? Because it's not entirely donating, because they're expecting to get something from a Kickstarter, right? It would usually be a product of some sort, like the first iteration of it or whatever. So if people genuinely have good ideas and they have the drive to pursue it to completion, and people believe it to be a good or to be a fruitful thing to be a part of, then boom, you're good to go. It's likely you would get funded. Have a hard time. Well, I mean, I don't know your exact situation, but I could probably come up with some ways to make it happen. Because well, that's just, I guess, the type of person I am. Let's see. Yeah, Lawrence. I wasn't talking about like you individually. I meant like circumstantially, like where you're at. You're a little bit more about you personally, I guess, is the best way to summarize that. You started a GoFundMe page. Well, sorry to hear that. What was it that you were trying to put out there, Paula? Because I will say that actually has been quite abused as well, the GoFundMe part. And if I did say GoFundMe, I may have misspoke. I meant Kickstarter. But yeah. But the other thing about it, gotcha.
Well, I mean, it's probably in your best interest too, man, that you have somebody around that can, you know, quickly respond if something were to happen to you that's out of your control. So, yeah. But Paula, if you're talking about a GoFundMe, I'll say that it's probably along the lines of well, I didn't see what it was or what the purpose was, but it probably wasn't something that enough people saw, or the right people saw, or wasn't something that they wanted to happen, or something along those lines there. Oh man, that's a. I'm gonna assume that you said scammed. Man, I'm sorry about that. That's unfortunate. Yeah. If it was me, I would probably kind of determine that that was an expensive lesson to learn. That's kind of probably how I would look at it. Or maybe that could be your starter story, right? So this one time I got scammed out of 15. What was it? This one time I got scammed out of $15,000, and that made me want to do X in order to do that, and then it turned into this. So, sounds like a good origin story, Paula. Sounds like a good origin story. Okay, yeah. You make sun catchers and jewelry? Hey, that's pretty neat. You need people to share and get the word out. Well, I will go ahead and say this. If you don't mind, I don't know why you would, but if you don't mind, I will say that if you were interested in learning a little bit more about that type of stuff, basically put yourself in it, right? Immerse yourself, and then navigate. Just navigate through the best you can. Because my journey is not going to be the same as yours, and vice versa. And no doubt that's very unfortunate that you that happened. But I wouldn't let that be the defining thing of you. You need people to get the word. That's what I was gonna, kind of address next, as far as if you were serious about getting the word out of what it is that you're doing. I would say that TikTok is probably one of the greatest resources in order to get as many eyes on something as fast as possible. Now, that means
very little when it comes to like, well, what are your thoughts on TikTok? Well, that's different. But yeah, if you want the most eyes, just look at the social media that gets the most views, also the one that spends the most, and then also look at the ones that attract the different demographics of people. So you need to determine who your target is for the stuff that you make or that you do. So there you go. I think that's sufficient. So I would say that you need to share more, and then people that like you will eventually, potentially, start sharing on your behalf. Because one of the best things to do, or best things to have, I would say, is customers that are tagging your work on their own stuff. So if I were to start over again, and I was in your position, and I was trying to gain exposure, and I wanted to do it by myself, I would go TikTok. If I wanted to outsource a little bit of stuff, and I don't mind paying and or giving stuff away, then what I would do is I would find somebody that is, relatively well established in the area that would be ideal for your product. So I'm not going to try and sell, beach volleyball stuff to a bunch of bearded biker dudes. And maybe I could, but that has to do with your salesmanship rather than anything else. But yeah, you already have and you learned? Yeah, good. Anyway, sorry. I like business stuff too, so yeah. And just new crap. What do I do? What shape? Oh Lord, I have a micro here, but I got to do a different shape. Righty, we'll just do a big ring. How about that? Big ring in the middle. Paula, again, I don't know your situation, right? So this is just kind of riffing off of what you have mentioned so far. So I guess kind of bear that in mind as I provide solutions and possible routes. So, but what I would recommend too is immersing yourself in stuff that you want to be like. So even if you're not a turner or anything, well, I might be biased about myself, right? But even if you're not into turning, I think that I provide enough information and a little bit of background visual ASMR that I would share whatever it was. And kind of catered to a couple different types of people, I would say. But yeah, I would reach out if I was confident in my stuff. I had good knowledge, a good product. Then what I would do if I wanted to get my name out there is I would reach out to people that were already doing small shop reviews or small shop haul. Seriously, whatever it is that you're doing, do a search of small business small jewelry business shop hall or something like that, where they have like a shop hall of sorts.
What salesmanship? Well, it's funny you say that because that is like a huge part of it.
Well, you wouldn't ask for any help. I mean,
You you do it however you want to. It's just if you were trying to expedite a process, then I would begin working with people that are already doing it or talking about it, and then do one of two things.
work with those people.
And try and be a part of what it is that they're building, and then carve yourself out a little thing inside of it. Or you might be able to use their audience if you flow them free stuff, and they might drive up some of your sales, at least temporarily. But I think one of the biggest things is
That might drive a wave of sales, but that's not necessarily like the forever solution.
so you'll probably need to enhance your social media presence if that's your target audience, or go to local meetups of sorts to where people are doing different craft show type of stuff.
And you said that you were doing jewelry stuff.
Yeah, just reach out to people that are into that type of thing. And then the community that they built might like you, and you might want to support your work and help you achieve
Whatever it is that you're going for. So, yeah.
Anyway, there you go. That should be your $15,000 recovered for you.
You know what one of the other interesting things is? It's not that people don't know how to sell. It's that people feel uncomfortable selling.
So you might know all the answers to all the different types of things, like the best way to go, best sales funnel, and this and that, and yeah, you just got to optimize your SEO and this and that. But dude, you know what you should do? You should say what it is and stick to it.
And then let time happen and be consistent. You're trying to get out more in that area? Right on. Well, good on you. You know, you might be the best thing to exist. But if nobody knows about it, then it's, you know, it's one of those things.
Because you could have the best idea in the world, but if nobody sees it, it's kind of hard to get a lot of people on board, you know?
You had trouble selling M&Ms? That's funny. Hey, how you doing from Germany? But yeah, so Paula, what? One more question, and then I'll leave you alone for a little bit, at least until I think about something else. But
What kind of getting out there are you doing? If you don't mind me asking.
You get upset.
Well, you know, that's kind of one of my things, Lawrence. That's kind of one of my, I guess, considerations, I would say. That's the best way to say it. It's one of my considerations,
And maybe even directions that I would like to be able to help people that, you know, want to make this stuff but don't want to deal about the logistics of selling and shipping.
but
I think one of the biggest problems,
I think, is that people that don't actually sell and their stuff gets sold through another person, they get mad about the profit that the salesperson got. And I think that's kind of, messed up the climate a little bit
for people trying to do things like that for other people, where they're like, oh, you're just taking advantage of me. Where if you were to make a diamond painting pen and we sold it in our shop, or if you made a fountain pen and we sold it in our shop,
then you can almost guarantee that we're going to have a profit to that because we're bringing the viewers to your work, kind of thing. And if they like it, then they can go follow you afterwards. So
let's see. Craft shows. Good job, Paula.
keep it up.
Keep it up.
When I went to my first fountain pen show, I didn't sell much of anything. It was a net loss money-wise, but I will say that if I didn't do that, I certainly wouldn't have met the people that are willing to help me with my selling. So think about your community and the core people around you. And something that I've heard from a fellow entrepreneur is your network is your net worth. So, you know, that probably has a lot of different meanings to many people. But to me, what that means is that I know Lawrence does a lot of scroll saw work. So if I ever had a question about scroll saw work, I would have no problem reaching out to Lawrence and asking him what he thought about this. You know, if I had issues with spindle turning, or if I had questions, or somebody asked me a question about turning big spindles, I would actually know somebody that would be able to I would actually know somebody to recommend for that. And so that's something that is actually kind of happened over time, because that wasn't actually, you know, what I set out for in the first place. It just was a byproduct, which happens to be more valuable in my mind than some of the other things that has happened so far. So, you know, consider those things. So in a way, I kind of think about that as a business investment, you know, for the exposure, for the community. And so in some ways, you got to like get the access to things. But if people are selling access to stuff, I don't have a good taste in my mouth about that. But on the other hand, if it is knowledge that you're going for, there are people that have a lot of it and are willing to share, but it is their livelihood, so they will need some sort of, you know, compensation for that. So I don't think that that is unrealistic. But I will say, Paula, well, the recommendation that I had, if you have the inventory and volume, reach out to somebody that likes it and or already consumes it. Reach out to them, ask them if, hey, can I send you a free sample? Will you show this on your YouTube? Or don't take, I have not, well, okay, you do you, but I have not had good success flowing or giving away anything on TikTok. So from a business standpoint and money-making standpoint, that gains you exposure and eyes on what it is that you're doing. So you kind of take that for what it's worth. But the best thing that we did was have a consistent product with reliability that people know what to expect, and we do it the same way every single time. So it's consistency, you know. It really boils down to consistency. If it's too expensive, again, if it's too expensive, find a community person or a person within the community that maybe is selling, you know, adjacent stuff. So you're selling jewelry, maybe they're selling ornaments or something around Christmas time. I don't know. But share a booth so you can split the cost, you know. That's pretty common because some people, they don't actually have the volume to occupy an entire booth, which we get 2 tables when we go to pin shows, and it's not because we have so many pins, it's because we like the space of the display. If everything is all cluttered, then it's hard to look at things individually. So you got to think about things like that too. I'm probably going a little more detailed than I should, but seriously, you want to recoup? There you go. But you start that, that'll jumpstart your business potentially. And what will you have missed out on? A couple of your products. And even if it is a flop, you know, you got your product, and I don't know how much it costs to do your thing, but you know, I'd have to see some of your work for me to be able to better I guess better refine what I'm saying here. Yeah. And for the record, let the record show that I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert at business or anything. I just know what worked for me and Abby, right? And I know that some of the things that we did early on has really paid off because of how we were doing it. Now, obviously, over time, we have different iterations of what we're doing and stuff, but, you know, that's just a part of the learning process that's fun, in my mind. Yeah. Anyway, I guess that was a long ramble there. But if it's expensive to operate a booth, find somebody that's doing something similar and share the cost. Boom. Now you'll have someone to talk to, and you'll have somebody to watch your stuff as you go to the bathroom or whatever. So, what is it? 7 rules of highly effective people. I think it's 6 or 7 habits. That's what it is. It's the habits of highly successful people. The 7 habits, I think. Anyway, one of those rules is you need to think win-win. So if you can position yourself to where you can help somebody else win, and then if they win, you're also winning. That is one of the best ways to promote some of those things, you know? So, a great book. It's by some Maxwell, John C. Maxwell or something like that. But you need to think of win-win.
You don't make enough stuff to hold a booth. And I was able to work yeah. Hey, no worries, Lawrence. You can vent, man. The reason you don't drive because of panic attacks. Dang. Paula, just let me know. Let's see.
Let me. Whoop. I've got all the social medias. Yeah, I've got the social medias on my link tree. So there's a variety of ways to get in contact with me. As far as posting an image, I think it might be best to add me on Instagram or something. Let me wipe this off. Yeah, it might be best to, either tell me your Instagram handle or whatever. Maybe I can do it here. I don't know. Paula, we're going to learn something a little bit new today. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see. Well, what is it that I can look up and find you? If I type in your name, would that work? Will I find jewelry? Well, how would I find you? Oh, maybe? Well, let's see. Carlos, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm looking up some jewelry stuff right this second. You want me to get you some while I'm at it? In a way, I have the same thought processes as a friend of yours. Well, man, I thought we were something. I thought we were something already. Just kidding. But yeah, how do I see your stuff? Are you on Etsy? Which, is actually another good thing. So that it's a good thing if it's right for you. It's a good thing, right? It's not good for everybody. If I have a very well-established audience and, then I probably wouldn't use Etsy, right? But the thing about it is Etsy will, you would give them some advertising, you give them an advertising budget, And a lot of people are like, oh, Etsy just takes it all and doesn't even get people to buy my stuff. Well, I would say that it actually might be the products that you're doing or make the disconnect of photos or things like that. So, you know, it's hard to straight up answer something like that, you know, but it is definitely a good thing for somebody who did not really want to be proactive in their selling. So, you know, I'm sure a lot of people have other thoughts on that, but maybe that's all that it is. Maybe they just have thoughts about it. You know, they don't actually do it, so. Which is something else to think about too. If somebody's giving you advice, are they taking it themselves? So, let's get back. It kind of goes back to the whole coach thing that I was talking about before, Lawrence. If you had a fitness trainer that was fat, would you listen to him? And for me personally, I've actually been with some of the most fit people. Yeah, some of the most fit people that are in the world, really. Not like a muscle man show, not like a this, that. I was in the military, and, you know, surrounded by some of the most well-rounded, strong people. So, kind of bear that in mind when I say this next part. Because if you think about it from a high performance element, is it realistic to think that those trainers are going to be as fit as some of the NFL athletes? Or do you think the bodybuilding trainer is going to be stronger than the bodybuilder that they're building up? So ask yourself those things. Do you think that the football coach can play anywhere close to some of the pros? Absolutely not. Not going to happen. And that's fine. They are not genetically gifted. However, you know, everything with a grain of salt, right? But it is kind of crazy to think that I think it actually ends up at a certain point, you see that peak performance is relative to the individual. So my peak performance is going to be different than your peak performance. So I think that's a valuable thing to consider. And same with doctors. Like, I think about that with doctors too. Like, they always recommend you eating, you know, X amount of servings of vegetables, X amount of servings of other stuff. And you know, in my mind, I'm thinking, is that what you're doing? Are you doing that? Is that what you tell your kids? Is that what you have your wife doing too? Or your husband, whatever. Is it? Or are you just telling me this because the medical book said so? So, I mean, it is one thing. It's like, in order to break the rules, you must know that the rules exist. Right? not entirely true, but creatively, let's think about it creatively. My gosh. The sun's in my eyes, okay? I'm sorry. It's not really. But, you know, I'm just kind of, you know, sharing my thoughts on that, you know? Might be an unpopular thought, opinion, whatever. It's all right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. When you think about it, ideally, when you see a coach or somebody, you want them to be doing what you're wanting to learn how to do. You know what I mean? But at a certain point, there's got to be a threshold. And I don't know what the threshold is, right? But there's a threshold to where you will have an inherent ability that other people might not have in a specific thing, which those people kind of get labeled as like genetically superior or genetic freaks or, you know, genetically gifted, all kinds of things. But I'm just saying, my big point about it is that you don't necessarily need to be in the best shape to know the answers to stuff. It's a matter of discipline and implementing what you know. So I guess that was a really long way to get to that point. But Lawrence was here for it. Maybe Paula was too. Maybe Carlos. I don't know though. I don't know. Dropping like flies. Dang it. There's another rabbit hole. You're the only one you know of that failed gym? Oh man. I think that's an interesting point to make as well. Now, it's funny, but when I was talking about confirmation bias before, if you were to look up how many people fail gym in, I don't know, your area or whatever, you know, there probably isn't just one person that happened to. But you might be the only one, because that was the end of it. You didn't know everybody's grades, you didn't know how other people did. But yeah, I mean, that is, I don't know if that's an accomplishment or what, but heck yeah. If that was what you were set out to do. Alrighty. That's what I was gonna say, because my kid was on track as well, not like track and field, but track to do that as well. She didn't want to change out. It's like, well, too bad. Take some clothes, change out. The gym class I had in high school, it was broken up into 2 semesters, and this was only 1 year, by the way.
But the gym teacher was teaching us how to golf in gym class as well as Tai Chi. So I learned a little Tai Chi, which, if you don't know, Tai Chi is with the rock. You must flow. Your energy, your chi, it flows through you. And, well, golf is a different discipline altogether, really. But yeah. Ron! Hey there. How you doing? Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I'm turning diamond painting pens. Feel free to ask questions. Go ahead and relax, get comfy. Saddle up, because it's going to be a ride. I don't know where we're going, but we're going together. You and me, Lawrence, and Ron, Paula. We're going. Carlos, if you're still there, you too. Just as fast as you can. That's pretty funny, Lawrence. Didn't change out for gym class. I had school uniforms, and because I had football practice like every day after school, it was kind of a big deal to our school, the football that is. And no, we're not in Texas. Wasn't that big of a deal, but it was a pretty big deal, relatively speaking. And I didn't need to do much for gym class that I remember, at least, because they wanted us fresh for practice and not to get injured or anything like that. So I guess it wasn't really something that I had to worry about. Oh, and actually in high school I did, but I had swim class. Yeah, I had one of my schools had a pool, and we had swim. It was fine, I guess. I didn't hate swimming, so I was pretty good at swimming. Oh man. But yeah, Ron, how you doing? You just stopping by to say hello. I appreciate you. Either way. Let's see. I was going to go until I got to 100 likes, but I really, I'm just going to continue, I guess, until I get to done with these. Which will be cool, because then that means tomorrow I'll be working on something different. Which is actually probably going to be fountain pens for the upcoming pin shows that need to be made. I don't know if I'll have to make those in secret or not. Maybe.
if they're special show pins. I don't know. What are we at? What are we at? This is 30, 31, huh? So we got two 31s. Man, plastic rock has been hitting it for me today. Look at this. Ah, there we go. Little electric light orchestra. Down. Yep, got the right tool. All right. What are we doing now? What are we doing? Nobody. Scott. Anything for me to ramble about? It's all right. I'll come up with something here in the next bit. Or it won't. It'll just be an awkward silence for all of us. Yeah, right. If you are just joining, thank you so much for being here. I am John, the Turner of Maverick Pins. And Butterfly Factory, by the way. And that is what I'm working on right now. I'm working on diamond painting pin handles. And the blanks that I'm using were made by Abby, and they are called Eclipse. They have some nice glitter in there, nice color shift in there, and then great color separation on these blanks. And if you are a blank maker, you would know that color separation is one of the most, probably one of the more challenging effects to obtain. So if you were looking for information about that, here's the tip. One little tip, and that's all it takes. Temperature. There you go. Done. And repetitions. I don't know why I went ahead and cut the honeycomb in there. I usually do that last.
Mm-mm. Mm. Man, Lawrence, I wonder if Paula took that info and ran off and started implementing it. That'd be good for her.
I hadn't seen her in a little while.
Dang, Lawrence, you've been with me the whole time. Woo, you're the man. Dang, I appreciate you. Hey, lots of smiles. I love it. See some thingies popping up there. Think. Urgent. Mm. Get in there. There we go. Urgent. All right, got it. People don't like karaoke. It's all right. It's all right. Maybe we'll pick one day and do karaoke. I'm just kidding. I'm not a singer. Man, it is a good time. It is a good time up in this workshop. Yes. And then I'll be here again in the morrow, doing what I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. On longer blanks like this, you're going to want to start in the middle and work your way out, because it's going to be more structurally sound on the ends. So that's why I start from the middle. A lot of times you just gotta let things, all right, let things build up in your mind, and you gotta vent. Yeah, man. Welcome to the stream. Did you see how it started to bow a little bit? Maybe not, but that's what happened.
And now see, this is not putting a lot of pressure on, so it will just work nice and easy.
getting in those little nooks and crannies there. And then I'll have the last little bit to do, but it'll be supported a bit better by the ends. So there you go. There you go. Oh man.
I'm not saying it's the way. I'm just saying it's a way, you know?
But yeah, I will say noon to 2 is a great time to start, I think, at least for the hottest part of the day. It's good. It's a good way to get the highest heat in the garage. That way I'll sweat and it looks like I'm working harder than I am. And we're sweating out here like grease monkeys.
Perfect. There we go. All right.
Nice rounded ends here. Let's see if we can knock those out, no problemo. Oh my goodness.
We're gonna ramp up the energy now. All right.
Yeah, man, just me and you here. That's all right. That's all right. Work's still getting done. Progress is still getting made.
It's a win, man. Progress. Progress. Heck yeah. Best thing we can do is keep going, right?
Just gotta keep moving.
Well, I will say, it was still a great stream. What a great turnout. This might even be larger than my one yesterday, which is, wow. Really, really amazing. So, I hope that the value I'm providing is worth the time. And, you know, some of the things that I say as it relates to like business, in a way it's like me telling my previous self, you know. And then it's also like confirming some of the things that I guess the points that we've gotten to and how they are still effective or otherwise, you know, learned from. So, you getting tired? Hey, no worries, no worries. I won't hold it against you if you leave. I've got another 4 to do then. Yeah. So I'll probably crush these 4 and then probably do the outro. So I got another maybe 30. Maybe 30. But yeah, man, you've been with me all day. We have covered a lot of topics today, hadn't we? We talked about a lot of things, at least. Is that a 2? That looks like a 2. We're going to roll with it. We're going to turn it into something. All right, where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. Well, Lawrence, I will go ahead and give you a spoiler. I won't be doing any giveaways today. We'll have to look at the YouTube rules on that specific thing and determine from there how we're going to do giveaways and what we'll be giving away. So. Yeah, there is that. No, I'm not trying to run you off. We'd be all sitting here in silence if you weren't there. We would all just be sitting around a campfire staring at each other. Well, I just didn't want to hold you up if you were tired, man. Sleep's important. All right, how about we do another one like this for the captive ring, huh?
I won't actually be able to finish it today because Abby's not sanding anymore, but I can at least get it started, and it's going to look like this one, I guess. Anybody got thoughts on that?
Maybe. Maybe. Sure, people got thoughts.
Or they don't even know what I'm talking about. I suppose that could also be the thing. Come on. There we go. Don't worry, I won't sing. I won't sing it to you. Alright, sorry. Don't hum either. Oh, man.
Hey, join the company? Nice. Nice. I am as well. Yeah? Well, shoot. Maybe I'll kick off tomorrow's stream with a captive ring, huh? What do you think of that?
Yeah. That way it can be done all at the same go.
What? Yeah, I did make some. I did make some of those, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let other people do that part. Yeah.
But that is a good point. If there is an opening there, if you were interested in making those, but I would say that
From our perspective, well, I guess my personal perspective, I think that is a unique opportunity for a new turner to jump in and establish themselves that way by leading the charge on like e-painter diamond painting pen. Alrighty, there we go. Been streaming so long that I had to change the mic. There we go.
But yes, the e-painters actually are going pretty well for makers. And I've made some. I rearranged stuff, so I don't know where I put it right off the top of my head, but I made a modified version to where the tube goes through and then you withdraw it a little bit that puts the tension on the hose. But if there was a new turner and they were looking to put themselves on the radar, start making a bunch of e-painters and then send them around. And then, boom, business is started. Sounds very cool. Yeah. Yeah, it is a pretty entertaining thing. I put three captive rings on one of them that I made last week or the week before. So it was a triple captive ring. I believe it was done on a sandy beach as well. So those I think those are actually all packaged up and gone now. But yeah, let's see. There you go. This one's going to be the ring. Let's make sure it's a good blank for it, which it is. Okay. Just like... Oh, shoot, man. We're at 98 likes. Thank you. The like button fuels me a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Because I know how much of an inconvenience it is to, you know, swipe down and push a button and, you know, it. And I don't mean that in a sarcastic way. It is a very minor inconvenience, but inconvenience nonetheless. So that's where I'm at with it too. It's annoying, but I want to appear in your search bar or at the front of your YouTube page. So let's see. Oh, Juan. Are my writing pens like those? Fountain pens, yeah. I've got a bent up fountain nib here. Yeah. So this is, there you go. That's my tester nib, and it got stuck in something. I had to get it out. But I really only need it for this part here. So I can test fit this. But yeah, it is like that. I also make another type of nib handle, nib holder. Here you go, nib holder that can have a drill log nib, or it could have what else? It can have a drill log, or I make another one that is kind of universal, to where it'll have a variety of pin nibs that you can fit in there, but they're all dip. Nib holder is for dip pin stuff. But yeah, I make those. I also make roller balls and ball points. It's just, I usually use a kit for those. I can also make, yeah, with the converter.
I'll get you the converter so you can see. Yeah, there you go. This is a Schmidt converter here, and it uses this little plunger here. You start with it down, you stick it into the ink, and then you withdraw it, and then now you have that amount of ink. Then you put it on the back of the nib or the back of the section, and then it makes it so you have the ink. So here is a section that's not going to work out for a pen. Well, the pen that I wanted it for. But there's that. And bear in mind, this is a tester, so it's rough. And then the converter just plugs into the back of the section, whoop, and then it stays there. And then you make a barrel for it, and then it's supported right on the inside. And then you make a cap for it, so it keeps it from drying out and stuff. And it keeps the nib protected. Some people spend big money on nibs. Big money. Especially if they have the money. Woo! They will definitely go to like nibmeisters with golden nibs, and they will they'll get it tuned up nicely to where you have different grinds and stuff. And they'll have a preference for their nibs, and they'll get them all ground like that. So, kind of crazy. You want a majestic for yourself? Let's see. Two chicken? Oh man. Well, I wonder if I have any majestic kits. I just reorganized my kits, so I'll be able to look here in just a moment. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I have a majestic kit. Is that one a fountain pen, actually? Does it come in a fountain pen and rollerball? One of them does. Like, it's the same pen model, it's just the section is different. Which is pretty interesting. Clever on their part there. But what, other than antler, did you want on that pen if you were to make it? Let's see, let me go ahead and write that down so I don't forget. Boom. Wrote it down. But yeah, man, you can do it. I taught my 7-year-old how to turn. She was, well, maybe 8. Maybe she was 8 at the time. But, yeah. I taught her how to turn. It wasn't great, but what do you expect? It was great effort. Oh, we hit 100 likes. Oh, thank you. We made it. And I didn't have to finish all of these before we got there. How amazing. Go team. Team viewer. Well, officially the most likes I've gotten on that stream. Thanks for liking me.
I got an anvil click, scratcher, bolt action. Oh!
Dude, that'd be cool to do tomorrow. I've got a bolt action X-Acto kit. I got 3 of them, I think. Nicola, hello. How are you doing? You like those woods that look like they're sitting still? Well, nice, nice. I think this might actually fit the bill of what you're talking about. Let's see. Let me get some stuff. Here you go. So check that out. This one's called Dragon's Den, and it was from Blanks by BBC. And when you get it, check that out. So nobody else makes them like, well, that I've seen at least. Not many people make them like this. Blanks by BBC is the one that made this, and he's also made the blanks that I use for the show pins, actually, or the competition pins, the Pin Maker Challenge pin. But yeah, man, look at that red. It's like an orangey red. But I could probably use this for probably 3 pins. Only 2 of them would actually have the wood, though, the hybrid element of it. But I probably wouldn't do it like that. I'd probably just do 2. That way they can both have some wood to it. Yeah. I'm not doing anything, I'm not messing up. Well, I mean, that's true. Something like that. Okay, 35. Ooh! Haven't done this one very many times. That's all right. Made sense to you and me. Okay. Now, this one's a little weird, so we are going descending order here. Oh, flip that around.
Yeah, Lawrence, you like that blank, huh? It's Dragon's Den, and I'm pretty sure it's red mallee pearl. I'll have to look back on my messages, but I'm pretty sure it's red mallee that's used on that. Which, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure is an Australian wood, but don't quote me on it. But yeah, I did make a pen out of that before, and they were both sold. I actually remember who they were to as well. But yeah, he was one of the only ones that actually made bespoke rods, or kitless rods, that were 9 inches in a square mold. And I'm pretty sure he makes them like 3 at a time, or something like that. But yeah. Once you get into stabilizing, then you'd be able to accomplish that as well. Also, stabilizing, actually had another one of my viewer friends. They were trying to figure out where they could get some stabilized wood in like a bulk amount. So that's just one person looking for a bulk amount. So just kind of keeping that in mind when you're doing that. If you wanted to stabilize for, you know, to sell the blanks and stuff, that is also an avenue that you could pursue. Yeah, it is a cool, really cool blank. For hybrid blanks like that, we do a CA finish, because we don't want the wood to absorb the ink. I think Vinny before was asking about using a wood section, and I did make one out of African blackwood. You could probably use ebony gaboon too, for a section. It'll hold threads. Now the other part of that though is it is wood, it is porous, and it has, like, you know, the different fibers on it, so it's likely going to absorb moisture if ink leaks in the pen, and then it'll cause the wood to swell, which will change the dimensions of it. So it's just not one of those things that I'd want to mess with too much. But when I saw the whole blank,
Well, that's pretty cool. I think I might have one more that is, you know, fiery. I'll show you after I finish the ends, deal. You'd have to get somebody to help you. Help you with what? Turning?
There's probably a closer lathe.
All right, let's see. First things first. This one is Dunsky's. Wow. Congratulations. -1, I guess. Got one more to go, but that one will kick off with tomorrow. It'll be a captive ring. So that sounds pretty good, huh? Alrighty. Get out of there. Now, let me go get that. It was... Aha! There we go. Got it. So this is another one that was kind of like that. Yeah. Let's do something. Let's do something right quick. Let's hop over here. Check. Oh, no, move. Move, computer, monitor. All right, there's that. Now we're going to zoom. Oh, sorry. Ooh, other way. Okay. That's a decent view, right? Let's try to sharpen that up a bit. Okay. That's decent, right? Let's see. Yeah, okay. All right. Let me clear this, turn that off, and I'll show you this right quick, and then we'll wrap it up. Hey, how you doing? Brian, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well today. Okay, you can see. Yeah, you can see. I can see. We're all able to see. Great. So here we go. Do a little of this. We'll go this way. So we'll start here. Do a little of this action. Ah! There we go. Alrighty. Do a little trimming, facing. Hey, not enough yet. Oh, there we go. There we go. Get a nice little center start going here. Boom. Perfect. Now we're going to back this off. And then get a live center. All right, let's take a nice one here.
Okay. Drop that speed. Put your lathe stand video out. Hey, I did see that video, by the way, about your lathe stand. What a interesting look to it. Very, very cool. Okay, lock that down. Get this locked in. All right. Don't get too excited, y'all. Here we go. You don't need to, like, limit your enthusiasm here. All right. Whoop. Oh, I also have. It's funny that you mentioned that, Brian, about the about the table. I was talking about it yesterday, needing a new table for my metal lathe because it was just not. It's, well, you'll see. It's pretty unstable. It wiggles a lot when you're like cranking. You got ebonite all over it. Ugh. Alright, we're gonna get this bad boy spinning. So we don't want it too tight, but we also don't want it too loose. Okay. Should be pretty good. All we're going to do is a skimming. Not enough. More. I'm going to need to do a little bit more again. Alright, well, we're just going to run this pass and then switch it. You can show that you have extensions off both sides. Hey, cool. Interesting. Alrighty, almost there. See, now it's not even touching anymore. So if you take too deep of a cut on this, then you could potentially run into issues when it comes to the middle part, especially if it's too tight. It'll make it so it'll vibrate more than it should for sure. Oh, a little bit more. So this is actually a pretty good time to point out that from a bespoke pen maker point of view, one of the things that's worth noting and pointing out, right, is that you can see that it is nice and smooth, but then it but it's not completely circumferential perfectly. You see that? So this part is like completely the same as the outside of the blank. So this part has actually been turned, and you can see that there's a little bit of offset here. And so that is why it's important to true up blanks if you have the ability to. A little bit. Whoop. All right, this should be it here. Woo! Dang!
Let's see. Kind of do if he does the job right on. Do a live tonight at 10. Nice to see you there.
Whoa! Whoa! 10? Man, what's your bedtime? Yeah, shoot. I'll probably be able to. 7, then maybe 2 hours for a movie. Yeah, I'll be able to do that, I think. All right, Brian, maybe you'll see me there. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to take a look at this right quick. All right, there's one little spot right there that I can work around. So, you're only 54? Man, I need your stamina, huh? Cool. That's awesome. Maybe now I got a reason to stay up a little later, huh? Let's see. The reason I even bothered to do this was because I wanted to show you the inside of the blank. So this is a different blank. I need more juice. There we go. All right. Let me switch cams right here. You wouldn't wish your stamina on anybody. Funny. All right, there you go. So this is the one I just rounded, and then here's the other one. One looks wet because it is wet. This is what it looks like when I like turn it round with a like full speed pass. But yeah, this is the next closest one that we have to like fiery. This one might even be called Burning Ember or something like that. But yeah. Pretty cool blank. I made a few pins out of it. But unfortunately, whoa, hey, back up now. There you are. There you are. All right, that's pretty good. That's good enough. Oh. All right, well, that was it, man. Thanks a lot for being here, hanging out. Lawrence, I appreciate you. Brian, I hope to see you tonight. I'll try. I'm going to be watching The Nun tonight, The Nun 2. And we'll see what time that ends, and then I'll probably pop in after that. Because my heart's going to be racing from all the intensity and the scariness of it all. But yeah, man, I really appreciate y'all hanging out. I had a good time. Did a lot of stuff. Man, we turned a lot of those Eclipse diamond painting pins, so appreciate you here on the journey with me. Lawrence, man, we'll get you taken care of. You got to take a look at some other stuff. Shoot, if we don't have it, I might know somebody that can make it. So that's one of those cool things, I would say. But yes, I really appreciate you all hanging out. Thank you for the, man, record-breaking stream again. So yesterday was a record-breaking stream. Today we did it again. Man, that is really exciting. Really exciting. It is reassuring and, you know, all that type of stuff. So I hope y'all have a wonderful evening, and I will probably stream tomorrow, so hope to see you around tomorrow as well. We'll have a different set of projects that we're going to be working on. So I hope to see you there. Until then, have a good night, and I'll see you next time.